Hello, I'm Hansi Parchment. You're watching Tallawah TV with Crystal Davis.
I think the uniqueness of the Reggae Girls is they embody the national motto of Jamaica, which is out of many one people. So when you look at the entirety of the Jamaica squad, you have dark-skinned girls, mixed-race girls, girls who have black and Asian in them. You also have the homegrown players, so like your Bunny Shaw, your Konya Plummer, your Denden Blackwood. So what that means in terms of from a grassroots perspective is girls who are born in Jamaica can look at a Bunny Shaw and hear that authentic accent and say, you know, if Bunny can make it, then so can I. Once you hear that authenticity, that raw Jamaican accent, they should be able to look at a Bunny Shaw who's now our captain to say, if Bunny can do it, especially if you come from the same community, the same parish as her, if she can do it, then so can we.
My Tallawahs, how are you all? Good afternoon, good evening, possibly good morning. All depends on where you are in the world. Welcome back to another live stream. It's possibly one of my latest live stream in a long while. An early live stream if you're based in Europe. It's about a little over 2 a.m. And so this one will be kicking off in about 1 hour's time. Reggae Boyz versus Guatemala. And I do have you covered for the Gold Cup action. Finally, it is match day. We had a couple games played yesterday. Dominica Republic, it should be, took on Mexico. Mexico defeated Dominican Republic 3-2. We also had our Caribbean rivals, our Caribbean friends, Trinidad and Tobago. They took on the host nation there, the USA, and they were absolutely hammered 5-0. You also had Haiti, another one of our Caribbean friends there. They took on Saudi Arabia and they lost to a narrow 1-0. Costa Rica and Suriname also played earlier on. And that one finished 4-3 in favor of Costa Rica. So we've got a couple games to come your way, but I'm sure the one that you guys are all here for is the game on screen in front of you, pertaining to the headline, Reggae Boyz versus Guatemala. Let me know your score predictions there in the comment section. Do you see us winning this one? If so, let me know who you guys think will be on the score sheet. I don't think it will be a repeat of what we saw some days ago in the World Cup qualifier, coincidentally against Guatemala. But before we get into all of that, why not go and catch up with the team? Let's see how they got on in training. And subsequently, we will move on to the press conference there, which was led by the gaffer Steve McLaren and also Vice Captain Damien Lowe.
Yeah, call outside, you know. How much touch that? Pressure me not shot. All right. Give me. I can't shot outside, you know. Yes. Wait a minute, man. Call it, man. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Play. 1, 2. 1, 2. What? Shot. Coming out. Set up thing. Okay, put sync yang na. All right, assemble back. Come on. Back to your station. Back to your station. What you call it, man? Huh? No, this is one group. This is one group.
One day you got three, bro.
It's one group. It's one group.
Yeah, because they moved him down there.
All right, listen up. Ready, mate? So we just here, move, back, and just walk back. Let's go. So here, just stand up and go forward. Move, walk back. That's it. Yeah. No, see him. Don't change. See him. Go and back. Alright, now move down. Once you finish, move down. So here now, suffer, going all the way through. Suffer, going all the way through. That's it, and go. That's it. Yeah. Again, and go. That's it. Two.
You guys hit the like button. Please do go ahead and hit the like button. It does not cost you a penny. Almost 40 of you are tuning in, almost 40 of you watching the show. Please do go ahead and hit the like button. It's not going to make you broke. Kindly hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, do go ahead and hit the subscribe button. I do have you covered for tonight's game in the Gold Cup. It is the Reggae Boyz opening match, and we will be taking on Guatemala. Again, do get friendly with the comment section. Let me know your score predictions. I think we are right on cue to sit back and listen to the press conference before we go ahead and look at the all-important lineup. In the meantime, if you've not hit the like button, I'm not sure what you're waiting on. It does not cost you a penny. Please do go ahead and hit the like button, please, and thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the press conference, pre-match press conference between Jamaica and Guatemala of the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup. Allow me to introduce at the main table head coach of Jamaica, Steve McLaren, and player Damien Lowe. I remind you that for questions, you can raise your hand and introduce yourself with your name and media organization to the one you represent. The media that are present virtually can request their space by touching the raise hand button. So at this point in time, we now open the floor for questions. Please raise your hand and we can commence.
Buenas tardes. Mañana, coach, mañana enfrentan a una Guatemala bastante fuerte. ¿Cuál será la clave para crear esas jugadas y esos y ese punto que deben hacer para ganar mañana?
Can I hear anything?
You can't hear.
Okay, let's do it in English. Tomorrow you will face a strong Guatemala. So what will be the key for creating the matches, the matching and physically to make changes and to win the match?
Amazing that was in English. I couldn't get that. What was the question?
And Guatemala's a tough opponent. How are we going to be able to get the 3 points tomorrow?
It's going to be a difficult game. We knew that watching them previous to playing them last week. And tough opponent. And we played very well in the home game. Maybe caught Guatemala at a good time because they'd already qualified and made some changes. But we took advantage. We beat the team we had to beat. Tomorrow will be a completely different game. That's what we expect. So it's 0-0. We have to do it all again. And yeah, as I said, tough game.
Damien, how important will be team spirit tomorrow in the field?
It'll be huge, but knowing our team, we're big on that. You know, we're like a family. We're together. The camaraderie in our group is next to none. And you know, as Jamaicans, we have a fighting spirit and a happy spirit. So we just have to be positive and stick together and weather the storm.
Yes, go ahead.
Gario Graham, Jeff Live. Damien, obviously you guys had a 3-0 victory last week in Jamaica against the same team, Guatemala. What are you doing as the vice captain to make sure the boys are staying focused and not taking this game for granted?
Just a reminder.
So, you know, after a convincing victory, you want to still have.
I'm going to go ahead and mute that one quickly. Just as a brief reminder, we have just under 1 hour to go until kickoff in the opener for, I should say, the Concacaf 2025 Gold Cup opener, match day 1 for Reggae Boyz and Guatemala. Under an hour to go. If you've not hit the like button, I'm not sure what you're waiting on. Do you go ahead and hit the like button? As I said, we're going to listen to the press conference, then we're going to segue and look at the all-important starting 11. Starting 11 is out. I've gone ahead and looked at took a quick glance, a matter of fact, at the starting 11. So we will dissect the starting 11 in a short while. Let's just get through the press conference. Again, if you've not hit the like button, please do go ahead and hit the like button, okay?
Have that same edge.
Just stick to the plan, you know, follow the boss's instruction. He's been doing a really good job with the coaching staff to keep us grounded and to keep us focused and to keep us sharp. I think the most important thing for us is creating a winning mentality, whether or not it's the World Cup qualifiers or the Gold Cup. Just have to go into training sessions and be competitors and push each other. So when it's game day, you know, not saying it's easier, but it becomes easier because we've been doing the right things in training. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different ball game tomorrow. We expect them to come harder, run harder, have different personnel on the field, but we just have to put our best foot forward, follow the coach's instruction, and stick together as a team, and we should be able to get 3 points.
And Coach, you have now a team that you mentioned last week being super competitive. Each spot in the team is very competitive. Do you feel like the guys that you're currently going into tomorrow's battle will be competitive all throughout the Gold Cup? Is there anything that you're missing from a roster standpoint? Any adjustment that needs to be made, or do you think that the guys that you have are ready to go to the very end?
Yeah, we've developed the squad over the last 3 weeks, as you know, and been following us from the UK squad to the World Cup qualifying squad, and we've added a couple more. It's great to see Ethan Pinnock with us, and even better to see Mikel Antonio. Both training this morning, and it's great to see them on the field. It improves our squad, it improves the strength of it. And yeah, as you rightly say, and Damien mentioned it, we mustn't be complacent tomorrow. It will be hard work to win again, but we have got competition for places, and that's the thing to have as a head coach, is make sure that competition is fierce in training, and try and make training as hard as the games, which is difficult, but hopefully we've done that, and we're totally focused. We're totally focused on doing the job again, and that's the theme of it. We've got to do it all again.
Coach McLaren, Jamaica used to be part of one of the favorites to win the World Cup or to face its semifinals and finals. How the team gonna face this new opportunity in this World Cup?
One game at a time, one day at a time. We've arrived, we've recovered from last week. 2 good training sessions, and it's the process, so we go through the process. We only focus on Guatemala, not even thinking about Guadalupe and Panama. So yeah, we have to start the tournament well, and make sure that we get 3 points and then move on to the next.
Damien, follow the thing of your coach. How the team's going to face Guatemala tomorrow? What is expectation for the team? How the team feels if the team is complete for face tomorrow game?
I mean, for as a team, any team, you want to go into into a game wanting to win. So first and foremost, we have to have a winning mentality. Again, we respect Guatemala, whether they play their first team rotate. For us, it's just sticking to our playing style, sticking to the instructions of the staff, and going out there to get 3 points. It's a tournament. It's we have to get points on the board, and we'd like to be top at the end. So, yeah, we just have to go out there and have a winning mentality and come home with the 3 points.
We'll take a couple of questions virtually now. Drake Hills, good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Drake Hills from ESPN FC. A question for the manager, but also for Damien as well. I'll start with Steve. Since taking over last year, you mentioned earlier that there has been some players from the UK that have joined the squad, but I think it's significant that some of them are obviously a little bit younger. I'm thinking of Tyrese, 21 years old. What's the significance of players coming into the squad much younger, particularly from the UK, and how does that impact the competitiveness of the squad as you go into the Gold Cup and obviously World Cup qualifying later this year?
Yeah, we're not just focusing on now, but also looking to the future. And these players who come into the squad are there on credit. So we followed these players for many months. We recruit throughout Europe, as well as on the island of Jamaica, also the US. So we're looking for better players and good players all over the world. And so we're bringing these players in, not for experience. They're playing a part. Tyrese Campbell, Burrell, people like that, Mothersill in the Unity squad we had come in. They're there on merit, and they've been great additions. Similar to when we put Warner Brown in from the local league, he's impacted. Burrell impacted in the Unity Cup, and it's they add to training as well. The enthusiasm, the way that they approach training, they make it difficult for the already established senior players, and that's what we want. We don't want people coasting in training or games, and adding young players who are very keen, very enthusiastic, is a great addition and gives competition for the senior players.
Yeah, Damien, I saw that you were smiling when discussing obviously being a senior experienced player. Not only with the Reggae Boyz, but obviously at the club level. Concacaf football. How would you be able to describe your role in terms of those players coming into the team? Obviously, trying to help them gel with what CONCACAF football is all about.
I think first and foremost, I just have to make them feel at home. I've been here almost a decade, maybe a little bit more, so yeah, I'm familiar with that, but it's very tough, this environment, no matter who you play, from the lowest team to the highest ranked team in CONCACAF. So get them acclimatized, let them feel at home, let them feel the warmth, of welcoming and being around us as experienced players. And then through training and games, they can see my drive, they can see the fire in my belly, they can see the aggression, that I'm fearless. And I think that adds, with their quality, add another 2 or 3, pace to their steps and to their hunger. I think I affect the team positively when it comes to that, and, just like a no-nonsense, winner, fighter, warrior mentality. I think I drive the team a lot in that perspective. So yeah, the young guys, they've been working hard. Kind of a little competition. We have a rivalry in training, OV young, we say, and we push each other from start to finish in practice. And again, that just brings out the winner in us and the winning mentality and the just wanting to do our nation proud and to be great every single day we step on the pitch.
Thank you, Drake. Jason Hall.
Thank you, Simon. Good evening, Coach. Good evening, Damien. I have one question for each of you. Coach, I'll start with you. Are there any players that have been named in this Gold Cup squad that are currently not available for selection?
We've got 1 or 2 little niggles at the present moment, but we're assessing them daily. We'll reassess tomorrow morning, pick a team and a bench that hopefully can compete very well tomorrow and win the game.
Thanks, Coach. And Damien, going into your 5th Gold Cup, can you compare this squad to some of the others you've been a part of, like maybe one similarity and one difference that you can, from your perspective?
It's just with the experience. You know, my first Gold Cup, we had a much more local-based squad. I think it was only probably 4 or 5 players playing overseas in my first Gold Cup. And then now moving forward to this Gold Cup tournament, I feel like we have more experience. We have players playing all over the world with bringing different qualities, different experiences from their club. It has helped us to grow a lot and to make the national team more competitive. And, you know, as Coach said, like, you know, you have to be here on merit. You can't just, you know, coast through and think you're always going to get selected, or you have to bring your A game. You have to come and work hard and show that you want to be a part of something great. So, yeah, I mean, over the years, a lot has changed, but I think the fight and the drive and the belief of wanting to make our nation proud stays the same. We've been a pretty consistent team in this tournament. We've been to back-to-back finals, back-to-back semi-finals, and a quarter-final. So I think this year the mentality is to go all the way. So God's willing, we can do that.
Thank you, Jason. Daniel Blake.
Hi, good afternoon, Coach. You've been impressed with the team's defensive performances ever since the Unity Cup. Now with Ethan returning to the squad, and you've seen, you know, the partnership of Damien and Richard and Mason and so forth, how tempted are you to change that defensive lineup, or, you know, are you going to continue with what you have seen from the players that have been available for the last 3-4 weeks?
Yeah, it's a dilemma because Unity Cup, Mason Holgate did very well with Richard King, and then obviously the last game we had injury to Mason, who had to come off. Damien stepped in with Richard King coming back from injury from the game in the BVI. So we've tried different partnerships, and defending is key. Clean sheets are key to winning tournaments, and we have to have a solid foundation, and with that needs a good back 4 or 5, whatever you play, and you need good defenders. So with the addition of Ethan, Damien coming in for the World Cup qualifiers has added experience and damn good defenders, and that's what we need. Richard King is developing. Congratulations on his move to St Mirren in Scotland, which will help develop his game as well. That's going to benefit Jamaica in the future. And so we've got talent in that area, and we need to be strong in that area. If we can keep clean sheets, be hard to beat. We've got the talent going forward to win games.
Thank you, Daniel. Livingston Scott, go ahead.
Yes, Coach. Afternoon to you and Damien. It's always tricky playing a good team back-to-back, Coach. And as you mentioned, it will be a different type of ball game. How do you prepare for a tricky situation like this? Is it more mental side, or will you demand more of the players running wise? How do you prepare for a challenge like this with a tricky opponent like this?
We prepare like we always prepare. Make sure that we respect the opponent, which we did before the game, Guatemala, and we respect them even more now because we know the potential that they've got. We know the people that they've got to come in as well. So it's a case of respecting, making sure that the players respect not just each other, not just the rules, but also the opponent. If we get that, we get the process right. We try and prepare for every game in a similar fashion to win it. We try to portray that from myself to the staff, to everybody outside, to the team. We're here to win. We're here to do well, and to do that, we must start well tomorrow. We must collect 3 points, and that will be a great start. We know it's hard, but every game is hard. The process is hard. You have to go through it, but at the end, it's worth the suffering.
We thank Coach McLaren and player Damien Lowe for their time. Remember that you can find the complete conferences on the Concacaf Media Hub platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it is, let's say, some 34 minutes until kickoff in our Gold Cup opener. That is the Reggae Boyz taking on Guatemala. The coach, I think he ended on something to do with suffering. If anyone's going to be suffering, I'm going to jump the gun and say, let the team suffer. I hope I won't be suffering. It is coming up to 3 a.m. and it does mean that it is a early live stream for me. This one will probably finish around maybe 5 a.m. my time, but don't worry, I do have you guys covered. I'm going to be giving you the all-important team announcement in a short while, but before I do that, let's go ahead and see what you guys are saying in the comment section. King Robert, big up yourself. Doc, big up yourself. Patrick Holness, big up yourself. Renato, big up yourself. I hope you guys are all in good health. Let me go ahead and bring up the all-important team sheet. You guys have probably spotted this one because it was posted some, let's say 27 minutes ago by the Jamaica Football Federation. Let's go ahead and look at that one. You should be able to see this one on the screen in front of you. If you can't, no worries. I will go ahead and read it out for you, okay? And we're starting this one off in traditional style, meaning I'll be reading from the back. Between the sticks, we do have our goalkeeper, Andre Blake. In defense, we have the vice captain, Damien Lowe, as well as Richard King. And we have the return of Ethan Pinnock. We also have Amari Bell. And to complete the lineup, we have Russell, Latibade, Gray, Bailey, Brown, and Cephas. Let me know what you guys make of the starting 11. On the bench, we have Waits, Davis, Lambakisa, Ming, Lee, Palmer, Atkinson, Burrell, Dixon, Campbell, and a possible welcome back to Michael Antonio. That's minutes wise. He's obviously officially back because we already knew that he was placed in the Gold Cup squad. So his name right there should not be a surprise. I was smiling throughout that press conference there, led by Steve McLaren, the gaffer, as well as the vice captain, Mr. Damien Lowe. Before I do that, I do have a special guest waiting in the studio. I don't want to keep him waiting for too long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring him on the show. I'm sure you guys are familiar with his face. He blessed me with a moment of his time on my last watch along. I'm almost certain it was my last watch along, which should have been coincidentally against Guatemala in a World Cup qualifier game. So it is Mr. Coach DaCosta. How are you, Coach?
Hey, am I on the show?
Yes, sir, you are. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you, Crystal? Good evening.
I am. Yeah, it's an early one for me. It's almost 2:30 a.m. But you know,
Oh, wow.
the show
Oh, wow. How are you guys doing, man? Excited for a great match today?
Hopefully these late ones, when I do these early matches, I do tend to want a win for obvious reason. You know, I don't want to be watching and being upset with the results. So hopefully we get a win. How are you feeling though? How are you feeling about the game?
Well, the lineup just came out. Have you announced the lineup yet?
Yeah, it should be on your screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, see that? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, it's on my screen. The interesting thing is, who's in midfield? Is it Damien Lowe or is it Richard King? He's inserted into the midfield, the CDM role. That's my question.
What I could do is go ahead and look at the lineup from Google to see how it's looking.
Well, I look at the one at SofaScore, right? And it's saying that Richard King is in the midfield, but you can't trust that.
Exactly. You can just trust it with a pinch of salt. I mean, I'm looking at a lineup here, and it does have Richard King in midfield with a centre-back partnership of Lowe and Ethan Pinnock. I guess the only way we'll know this one for certain is when the match itself gets underway.
Yeah, we're not going to really find out, like you said, until the match gets underway. I'm trying to find your how you spelling Tallawah?
Tallawah.
Okay, LL. Okay, W.
Yeah.
W-A-H. Okay, let me see, because I want to W-A-H.
Are you able to just turn up your light just a little bit, if possible, if you've got like a lamp
All right,
close by?
let me do that for you. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Let's just give Coach Lacosta a brief moment. I'm going to mute his mic because we obviously want to give him his privacy. So there is the lineup on the screen in front of you. Let me know what you make of the lineup. Let me know where you think Damian Lowe and Richard King will be playing. I think it's going to actually. You don't really know. I think we might see Damian Lowe as a DM, guys. Let me know what you make of that. But I think we might be seeing Damian Lowe as a DM. As I said, we won't really know until the game itself kicks off. But I think I'm gonna go with Damian Lowe as a defensive midfielder, with Ethan Pinnock partnering Richard King as the centre-back pairing. And while I'm on the topic of Richard King, congratulations to the young man. His move there, what was a pending move from Cavalier, that's the Jamaica Premier League club. He has finalized, and that deal there again with St. Mirren, that one has come to fruition for the young man. So he's made his move there from Cavalier in the Jamaica Premier League, and he's gone to the Scottish Premier League. So he's gone from one top tier of football between each respective countries to another. So from Jamaica all the way to Scotland. It will be a learning curve for him, but I hope that he is a steady learner, and I hope that his career will continue to go from strength to strength. Absolutely deserve a big move, and hopefully this is just a smidget of what's to come from Richard King. So best of luck to Richard King there, as echoed in the press conference there by the gaffer Steve McLaren. Richard King has finalized his move to St. Mirren in the Scottish Premier League. What do you make of that move there, Coach Acosta, for Richard King?
Oh, exciting move that we all support the young man and hope that he does well, because one of the things is we need a pipeline from the Jamaican Premier League to the teams in Great Britain as well as the rest of Europe. But you have to understand that Jamaica now has to really start to produce more players. The more players Jamaica can producing in these top leagues, the young players, the better our reggae boys going to be. Same thing with the reggae girls. We have to produce, start to produce some really good top level players.
Absolutely. I'm going to segue and just backtrack and talk about the press conference very briefly on, as we steadily approach kickoff.
Mhm.
Any key takeaways there from the press conference? I don't want to sound like a little bit of a negative Nancy, but do you have any key takeaways there from the press conference, if you managed to catch up on it?
Okay, one second. I think I found you here.
I think
You have Blake, right? You have Blake and anything there?
Damian Lowe. That one there was led by Damian Lowe and Steve McLaren.
Oh no, I'm talking about press conference. No, okay, I found you now. Now I've actually found you, and I'm able to do it. Oh yeah, a press conference. Once again, I mean, takeaways, the same thing. Steve McLaren has the same way. He has the gift of gab, which is saying a lot, not really giving too much, and things like that. I'm just witness. A lot of times people say I'm too negative, but I love to read between the lines, and I have what you call coach speak. And when coaches say certain things, I can read between the lines because I've been there, done that. So because I'm going to be doing a little play-by-play on this match. I don't want to do anything like predicting and things like that. But as in real time, as it unfolds, I will definitely be giving you some real pretty sharp. If some of the things he said in press conference don't come to fruition.
So I'm smiling because he said something in the press conference, and I'm going to paraphrase it, and it was echoed, or Damian Lowe piggyback on it. So what he said was that, paraphrasing, players are there on credit. So is that subjective? What do you make of that? Do you think that
What did he say?
Players are there on credit?
What do you mean they're on credit? What does he mean by that?
So I'm assuming what he's saying is that he's calling up players based off credit. So is that subjective, or is that just something that you
But
don't
I have
agree
to
with?
understand if he said based on merit, I would
Credit,
understand.
credit. So credit is
What?
basically a term for merit. So if we say
Oh,
I'm
okay.
calling based on credit, I'm basically saying that I'm calling you based on merit.
So that's why he brought in Bobby Reed, who's probably not fit to play this match.
Hey, I'm hoping you will give me a coach's spin, because I'm
No.
not a coach. I'm wondering what do you think he means by that?
Okay. See, I have an overarching philosophy when it comes to choosing teams and then choosing lineups. What is the
Yeah.
goal? What is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish here? And this Gold Cup is supposed to, and every match from here on, World Cup qualifiers should lead Jamaica to qualifying for the World Cup and then doing well at the World Cup.
Yeah.
That guides my decisions now, which means certain players may be out. Me like Mikel Antonio, who's coming off a big injury. But we can't make those decisions until the fall time and things like that. If he's fit, if Mikel Antonio comes back and shows he has a level of fitness and competitiveness and sharpness, then he can be included in the team. But if not, he has to go because there's a coach here in American football called Bill Belichick, right? And one of his philosophies is better to get rid of a player a year early than a year too late and things like that. You understand that? Same thing may be said about Bobby Reed and some of our other aging person. All of them are over 30 years old. And then you have the young ones coming up now in that midfield. So the midfield now, when you see the lineup out there, he shows that he's missing a midfielder. Why didn't you select some midfielders before, Why would you select injured players for this Gold Cup squad?
Yeah, I'm asking you the question because I'm trying to gain an understanding, as to what he meant by that. Maybe it might be a case of, where it's open to interpretation. I'm not sure, or again, it could be subjective. But if you're saying that, you're calling up players based on credit, or players will get call-ups based on credit, could his current roster in the long run, maybe it's in the immediate future or whatever, could this potentially cause that camaraderie that Damien Lowe touched on in the press conference to fold? Because could they say that, hey, you're not here based off credit, you're here for something else?
Yes, you're here to represent your country. And Steve McLaren has to understand he's been given a tremendous task to oversee the Jamaican Reggae Boyz. And he has to take this thing seriously and he has to be professional about it. The problem I have with Steve McLaren is not willing to make a decision and bench either Damari Gray or Cephas on the left side. They can't both play that side. Put the proper players on the pitch. You understand that? Make a decision. Bench Damari Gray or bench Cephas. They both played a similar role, right?
But don't you think he could, because both of them played the last match together, right, with Damari in midfield? You don't think they put in Damari in midfield?
Okay. You remember all the combinations they had, Cephas and Damari Gray knocking the ball on each other? No, you don't, because it didn't happen. The ball came up to Cephas, and Cephas put his head down and dribble, dribble, dribble. Same thing, Leon Bailey on the other side. Ball come up to Leon, put him head down, dribble, dribble. There was one occasion when Leon dribbled 60 yards backwards towards his own goal rather than play with his players, his teammates. That's what I'm looking for. A lot of people say when they had the 3-0 victory, right? They were so happy. I'm as a coach saying, this is not good. I didn't see what I need to see, which is the link-up play between the defense, the midfields, and the forward. You understand that? It's more than one way to skin the cat. You understand? You now can advance the ball.
I understand what you're saying there in terms of, multiple ways to skin a cat, but in terms of synergy, the person that's going to help us to develop synergy surely comes back to the coach and his coaching staff. So always saying it's a case of potentially what you should have done, since we're talking about synergy right now, that, obviously it's now in the past, but are you now saying that he should have potentially called the likes of your Damari Gray and Leon Bailey to the Unity Cup and use that as a opportunity to build on the synergy?
Yes, any opportunity you get to have these guys play tiki-taka, combination football, something that I see them play for their professional teams, especially Leon Bailey and Damari Gray. I haven't seen too many professional matches from Cephas, but right now, if you remember the last match against Guatemala, the ball came up to them and they put their head down and dribble. The problem with that, Crystal, is this: if you start off the match right, and I'm the Guatemala defense, and the ball come up to Cephas, and Cephas put him head down, turn and dribble, and 3 defenders came over to him. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And his head was still down, and they took the ball from him and started the counterattack. As a coach now, I would say, listen, Cephas. First of all, when the first ball comes to you, I want you to knock it backwards, all right? Boom. And then the second ball, I want you to go inside to the midfield and do a combination if you can get behind that way. What you're doing now is setting them up, because normally if the defense knows you're going to get the ball to your feet, you're going to turn with your head down and dribble, right? They're going to send 3 at you because you don't have your head up to pass the ball to anybody. But now, if you do knock the ball around a little bit more, a little more tiki-taka, a little more combination, the defenders don't come at hard. The first defender doesn't come as hard, and he doesn't come as fast. That allows you time to turn. And the help defenders don't come as hard and come as fast. You understand? Now he can get behind the people because he involved his teammates in it. If you come up and you're one-dimensional, like you were the last Guatemala game, Leon Bailey was one-dimensional. Ball came to his feet, he put his head down and tried to dribble and beat everybody. Even though, and the second, later on, he loosened up a little bit and started trying to play with his teammates and things. This is a thing that should be worked on in a training camp right now for this long Gold Cup. This is what I would use to fix the attack. So the ball goes from defense to midfield to the forward line and the wingers, with using both tiki-taka as well as dribbling. And whatever the defense gives you, then take you. If the defense loosens up, yes, turn and dribble them down. See first and get past them or not. If not, if it's going to be 3 guys on you, you should be tiki-taka in the ball and knocking the ball with teammate. It's more than one way to break a defensive line. We're not showing that. So that's what I'm looking for today. Did they work on that in training? And if he doesn't have the nerve to bench Cephas or Damari Gray, who are playing who play the same position, then how is he gonna in training get these guys to do more tiki-taka play and show them on the film? Leon Bailey, the same thing. I told you, but I was so upset when he dribbled 6 yards back towards his own goal. I said, Leon, share the ball with your teammates, bring them into it, make them better. You know what I'm okay? Let me ask you one question, Crystal. What do you think makes a good player a great player?
One of the basics, simplicity. One of my favorite things to say, or one of my favorite way of operating, is simplicity is best. So not overcomplicating things, being coachable. But for me, just like I said, simplicity works best. I think you can probably attribute that to both Leon Bailey and Ronaldo Cephas at times. Sometimes I think, and in fairness to Ronaldo Cephas, he has made some improvements. That's just my personal opinion, especially since we played against Trinidad and Tobago in the Unity Cup. I think he's made some improvements there. I think he's taken well to criticism. And he seems as if he's a coachable player. One of the downsides to Cephas, not currently, because like I said, I think he's made some improvements, but looking back at the Unity Cup, was that he almost at times just go on this overkill, which is why I say simplicity works best. You don't need to go on the overkill. You don't need to try and be pitch perfect. You need to play the game for your teammates, play the game for the players around you, not just for yourself. But that's just my opinion. Just like I said, simplicity works best. It's not everyday overkill. You got to know when to, different strokes for different folks. You got to know when to accelerate and when to just take your foot off the gas a little bit,
Okay, what you all just said, I have a way to compress it into one thing. You go from a good player to a great player when you make your teammates better. When you make the game easier for your teammates. When you include your teammates and make them, you're the better player, the best player, and you make the game easier for your teammates, and you're unselfish with it to a fault, where you can score a goal, but instead you lay the ball for somebody to tap the ball in rather than take a shot like that.
Yeah.
So if you can make your teammates better, not only are you doing your job, but your ability to lead others and make the game easier for them, that makes you great. Because you are you're now a force multiplier. And what was a player without with not much confidence, your confidence now forces him to be your teammate to be more confident, and then your team has more success because you made your teammates better. So that's what I mean by
Is that not a collective flaw that we have then?
Oh, yes, it is. Of course it is. We're very selfish. We're a very selfish team. Everybody has a brand and everybody wants to, uh, like we can go back to Unity Cup when you saw Cephas, right? He put his head
Yeah.
down, he dribble. It was very, very selfish. We beat him, right?
Yeah.
It got back to him, right? So guess what
Yeah,
happened in
yeah.
the second match against Nigeria?
Coach, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I can understand the criticism of CFAS, but I can't recall the last time we had a player that made such a sharp change. I know it took a while, but I'm just talking about of recent again from the Unity couple alone, where he took a severe beating, and you can say he deserved it, but it's almost as if he took it on the chin, said, "Okay, fair play." That's why I'm saying that from an outsider looking on, it does seem like a coachable player. Yes, it's taken us a
Yes.
while to beat it into his head, but it seems like he listens well, no?
Yeah, but it's an indictment of the coaching staff. If they don't correct that from beforehand by watching it on film and say, look, show them on film, because that when he had a chance to set Leon Bailey up this past, and he took not him. I was thought there's another point. What was saying? Williams was the forward.
Romario
Romario
Williams?
Williams, right? And Romario's selfish and shooting on goal when he could have set Leon Bailey up for an easier goal. So your point that it's more than just him, Leon Bailey or Cephas. It's a lot more of them. It's a lot more of them that don't play the right mentality, because your mentality has to be different when you're playing for the national team. This is not your club team where you score at the end of the year. Now you got to negotiate your contract and you got to say, I scored 20 goals and had 10 assists. You understand that? Those are just the raw numbers used for negotiation. For your national team now, you're not raw negotiating for the contract and nothing like that. You just are representing, so you want to do what's best for your team. And
Unless
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 what?
coach, unless you're on the big stage like the World Cup, where that's the perfect shop window for a club to come and poach you, right? But before you answer that, coach, I'll allow you to consume your drink there. Knight Rider, big up yourself. Both hands on the wheel, please, Knight Rider. Doc says a great player possesses both speed and clarity of thought, with using the football to manipulate the opposition to prompt mistakes. The speed of thought, I think, is a little bit of a French there, Doc. The speed of thought and clarity of thought there from Doc. DC, big up yourself. He says, the games are keeping you up later. Yes, it is. It's almost 3 a.m. Big up yourself. Says big up to
I
the
think it's just a
Costa.
typo. It wasn't Lee. It's supposed to be is.
He might have some French blood in him, The speed, I think it still say the
Yeah.
but back to yourself, coach.
Yeah, but it's awareness. You see, awareness. If
Yeah.
you're in the box with the ball, and the professionals do it, that's why you have professionals, finishers, and scorers, and people who make a good assist. Because your assessment in that split second, oh, I can shoot on target. Oh no, my teammate has a better chance. So what is
Yeah.
it? So I always tell my players, can we turn a okay shot into a good shot into a great shot? Can what can I do to turn a good shot into a great shot? Back to that again. You understand? And that's awareness of the box. You're not so consumed with the moment that you're tunnel vision and you're gonna shoot on target no matter what. You have to have that second thought, because when a defense comes at you and takes away your opportunity, you have to be able to square that ball and set your teammate up for a tap in, making your teammate great.
You gotta play as a collective then, as opposed to playing as an individual.
Yes, especially as a national team. This is what we want to do. We're the national team. And if you display selfish things like Cephas did that first game in Unity Cup, then you can't play it. We want players that's going to fill it. But now the coaching staff have to make them play. You understand that?
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for is, against Guatemala now, is the combination play. Do we add that to our game? We know we can give it to their feet. They can turn and go. Cephas, Brown, Damari Gray, and Leon Bailey, all right, our forward players, right? We know they
Yeah.
can do that. They get the ball at feet, they can dribble. What we don't know is, can they play together as a unit, form the triangle, and knock the ball around and unlock a defense? Did you watch the USA Trinidad match?
Yeah.
It was an elite. It was very, very selfish. It was very selfish. It was very selfish. And then when you look at the Guatemala game, we know they can do that. They get the ball at feet, they can dribble. What we don't know is, can they play together as a unit, form the triangle, and unlock a defense? Did you watch the USA Trinidad match?
Oh, I tried to be a compatriot for the Caribbean, and I just felt like, I felt so bad for Trinidad and Tobago. I think by the time the third goal went in, they kind of just dropped
Mm.
their head, shoulders
Yes.
drop, head drop, and you just because the I believe the fourth goal was just such a fluky goal. It's just like
Yeah.
just goals being scored by deflection can happen to anyone, but once that starts to happen, you kind of know what time of day it is, don't you?
But you saw the possession by the USA, right? And you saw them when they got an offensive third. They were doing trying to unlock the defense and to work for each other to get the best shot for each other. Then they saw they looked up, aware at the back post. Tillman, the ball come over and he knocked it in. You understand that? That was set up by the passer because he's unmarked at the back post. Bad defense by Trinidad, not accounting for somebody at that back post. But you saw the awareness though. That play could have been selfish, a shot on target. And you understand that? Which what? But now the next level is we are a better team because we're aware and we try to make the game better. Try to get my TV set up here for the match. You know.
Take your time, coach. I'll give you a little while to get settled. I've got about 9 minutes to go until the game kicks off, guys. And
Okay.
that Reggae Boyz taking on Guatemala in our opener of the 2020-25 Concacaf Gold Cup. Let me know your score predictions. If you've not hit the like button, what are you waiting on? Please do go ahead and hit the like button for me, please. And thank you. It does not cost you a penny. To those of you who are already been so kind and hit the subscribe button, God bless you. If you're making your way home from work or any personal activities, or perhaps you're on a light shift, graveyard shift, as we like to call it, I do hope that you make it there safe and unharmed. And when it's time for you to return home, I do hope you make it through your doors safe and unharmed, because walking through your doors is an underrated blessing. I recently celebrated 5K on the channel, and that is thanks to you guys. We continue to grow. Someone said that I should be aiming for 10K before the year closes off. I'm not sure if I've got that in my locker. I will try. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I will try. Mr. Lee, oh my God, Mr. Lee, there you are in the comment section. Pick up yourself, Mr. Lee. I hope you are well. All of you guys there in the comment section, I hope you are well. Hope your family is well also. I think Coach DaCosta is all ready to go. I have 7 minutes until kickoff, so I need to do the same. I need to look at my screen in front of me to get myself ready. Yes, it's you, because I didn't even see you in the comment section. You're going to live long. Doc, you're going to live long as well, because I thought of you and then I looked in the comment section and your comment was there. So both of you guys briefly on my mind temporarily. You're both
Hey,
going to live, as they say.
Crystal, my thing says about 12 minutes for kickoff. Have you included the national anthems and those, the walkout and that stuff?
Yeah.
Because mine says 12 minutes for kickoff. You said 7, so I don't know which one.
I think we're both along the same line. So let me just go and see what's what. Let me actually see where to go and watch the game at my end. I think I'm going to go with Concacaf for this one. But Coach DaCosta says that his is saying 12 minutes until kickoff. But let's go ahead and see.
Let me see what
Let me
Sofa
know
Store
where
is saying.
you guys watching this one from. If you've not hit the like button, what are you waiting on? It does not cost you a penny. So we already touched on the press conference. One of the biggest talking points there, aside from the game itself, is the announcement of Richard King's move to Scottish Premier League club St Mirren. So moving from the JPL, as the Jamaica Premier League, moving away from Cavalier to St Mirren. Best of luck to the young man. Life-changing moment. What would be your advice to young Richard King?
Yeah, to study film with a coach that can show you. During the Unity Cup, he kept the Nigerians onside. And the thing about it, I saw him keeping them onside. He thought they were offside because he was what we call sitting in a trap. The offside trap. You want to spring the trap, meaning that the team is about to make the long ball pass, right? Normally teams drop the ball, right? Then they come, so from their midfield, they drop it for the long ball over the top, right? On that drop, everybody steps. That's called springing the trap. We spring the trap on them and things like that. But he kept the man online, then he put his hand up in the air, asking the referee for the offside. And I would say, don't do that, young man. You are to defend, jump, pull the strap, and as soon as the ball is played, sprint back and recover the defensive position. Because there's nothing, either the referee going to call offside or they're not going to call offside. Either way, you still have to recover the defensive position and make the tackles and prevent shots on goal. That's your job. But the important part was I saw the three English-based defenders all in line, and he just behind the line. So, and I said he need to be up there. I don't know who's the pivot man. Normally, when you have two center backs, you have one person everybody pivots off, meaning everybody's in line with. So I don't know who was it. Was it King or was it is it other center back there? I don't know who was the pivot man that time, but that's the one thing. Study film and listen to a learned coach and things like that. Because I remember he had a professional foul also on a counterattack where you kick down a man in the midfield, got a yellow card early in the match. And I say you cannot pick up a yellow that early as at a critical defensive position like center back, because you may be called to make tougher challenges. This was ball was on a at midfield on the other side of midfield. He had a defensive position and he what we call dive in. He dove in to make the challenge and he kicked the man down because you say get the man or ball or get both. And he got the man in this case, which could result in a yellow card. So I said, listen, King, just keep the play in front of you. Keep the man in front of you or whatnot. Block any passes you can, but do not give up, get a yellow card early in the first half. And that will limit your aggressiveness for the rest of the match at a center back position. We don't want that. We want you be able, you see the danger to be able to really react without worrying about getting another yellow and then a red card. So just talk somebody that a real learning coach, go over certain things with him. So when him get there, he's nice and ready for them.
That is true. And then, he also has the off the field matters to tend to. So, the readjustment period, or I should say the adjustment period. He's going to feel some cold that he has never felt in his life. Scotland is much colder than England.
Yes.
Way colder than London. He's going to freeze his ass off. So my advice to him is layer up. Wear as many layers as possible.
Yes.
Get used
I can quickly tell you a story. I was born in Jamaica, right? But my parents left Jamaica when I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
I remember my father had went ahead. My mother and father had went ahead and they were living in New York in the Bronx. And then they sent for the kids to come up later on once they've established a place to live and things like that, right? I remember my auntie bringing us up. And when we lived in JFK Airport, John F. Kennedy Airport, I remember this life preserver. It looked like a life preserver to me. They were given to me to put on. What is this? But it was a life preserver with sleeves. It was one of those puffy coats. I didn't know until I walked outside. And that wind said, and the cold bite me. What? I never felt at 6 years old. Remember, I'm 6 years old. I come from Jamaica, land of wood, water, and sunshine. And the cold licked me. Oh my goodness. And it wasn't just the cold, it was the wind when the doors opened up at JFK. And I went outside and I never forget that. I never get how cold that was. Oh my goodness. Talk about wanting to run away and hide.
I'm trying to see if I can log in, hence looking down at my screen. I'm just trying to see if I can log in for the time being. But yeah, these are the things that he will no doubt have to look out for. The cold is going to hit him like no other.
Yes.
Again, guys, if you not hit the like button, please do go ahead and hit the like button.
Crystal, excuse me. Their walkout is going on right now. I'll be right back.
Okay, take your time there, Coach DaCosta. I'm just trying to see if I can log in here, guys. Couple of things that I just need to do my end. If my screen would allow me to do it, it just seems like it's messing up on me. Yes, it is. All right, so just bear with me, guys. Apparently there's a walkout. I might need you guys to guide me on the walkout that's taking place with the team. I got a slight little glitch that I'm trying to get over. In the meantime, I might just refresh the screen in front of me and just work with the screen in front of me because it seems like I've got a slight little hiccup my end. All right, so just bear with me. Let's just try and get this out of the way. And again, guys, I know I've said it a million times. Please do hit the like button. It does not cost you a penny. Please hit the like button for me, okay?
All right, Crystal, I see the walkout happening now. I don't know what time
It's-
frame are
we
you
got
in
the-
yet? Where are you? Where are you in your stream?
I'm actually still waiting for mine to do a little load. I've got to do
Oh,
a
okay.
I'm gonna leave you to do the leading commentary for the time being. I just need to just change something my
All right,
end.
I got you. It's the walkout, the international walkout. You saw Jamaican side as well as the Guatemalan side. It's a sea of blue in the stands, Crystal. When I say sea of blue, that means Guatemala fans are out.
Guatemala friends.
So it's like 90-10 Guatemala. My goodness, from just what I saw. And 10 is being generous for the Jamaican side. The stands are packed. But I see the Yardie, them representing. Big up for themselves. They're representing for Jamaica. Some of them, like what's the name of your show?
Tallawah TV.
Yeah, with Lickle, but with what? With Tallawah.
Tallawah.
Oh my goodness! So it's an amazing sign. The national anthems of both teams are about to be performed. As they finish the walkout, it's Jamaica versus Guatemala. I said somebody out of them there, with them Jamaican flag, bigging up themselves, big up on themselves out there, and of course Guatemalan fans. And a lot of times, the stadiums are not as full because
Yeah.
some say because of the Trump immigration policies have taken an
Yeah.
effect. So for the World Cup next year, this is a very dangerous and very cautionary thing that's going on. What is the
Yeah.
political climate going to be in the U.S. during the World Cup?
Yeah,
And we
it's something that I was discussing with a friend of mine yesterday. Would we want to go to the World Cup? And the way it's looking, people are going to be terrified, unfortunately. But no one wants to go somewhere and not really sure how things going to pan out, especially when you're talking about immigration. So, and I think that probably has a knock-on effect on what we're seeing as it relates to the Club World Cup there, coincidentally also taking place in the United States. So I'm guessing this might be used as a trial pertaining to what to expect next year for the FIFA Men's World Cup. What do you make of that?
I ask you if you are an undocumented worker or not even that, and would you go out to a stadium knowing that ICE, which is the immigration service for USA, might be there to collect you as you come out the stadium or going
I
into the stadium?
don't think it's a gamble that's worth taking, if I'm
It's
being
not.
completely honest with you. But I've seen some people do some crazy things, that's for sure.
That's why the attendance is down, I will think, and it should have an effect if Donald Trump doesn't address his immigration policy ahead of this World Cup. It will have effect. I think it's having an effect on the attendance.
Do you think he will, or do you think he's just gonna be like, he doesn't care about the World Cup?
No, Donald. Well, I don't want to get side railed, but there's a reason why they're so aggressive in collecting undocumented workers and things like that, where they would go to the
Quota?
construction. No, well, the way things work, right? When ICE collects somebody, right, a private
Yeah.
company stores them, as far as in a detention facility, and then deports them to whatever country. You understand?
Okay.
And that private company charges the U.S. government $120,000 U.S. dollars per person.
Wow.
So the news report was showing they had 10 people in line in that detained, and they said that's $1.2 million US right there that company
Jesus.
made. So that's why the incentive is there. That's why you see them going so hard and even
Mhm.
taking up US citizens who are not, because the monetary incentive is so vast. And then of course they said Trump has ties to these private companies that's collecting these. That's why he's pushing everything like this. It's a money thing.
Okay.
It's a money thing.
How's the game itself looking? I'm still trying to log
Well,
in the
the
game.
national anthems just finished. The kickoff has not happened. It's Group C of the Gold Cup about to head on the way. United States. I mean, in the United States, it's Jamaica versus Guatemala, and I'm just looking for to see if Jamaica comes out and plays a brand of ball. and starts to create a system of play, they will do so well tonight. If they come out with that selfish, put your head down, dribble, 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 it could be heartbreak for the Jamaicans tonight. So we'll see. And Crystal, we've gone to commercial here. So as I look at the stats, this match is being played in California, in Carson, California. Dignity Health Sports Park, which is in Carson, California. I'm watching a match on FS1 in the United States. FS1, Fox Sports 1. Did the Concacaf channel come up?
Yeah, it's just loading for me at the moment.
Okay.
PC said that you will need like a VPN or watching it elsewhere.
Okay. And the starting lineup, once again, Blake in goal. Bell, Pinnock, Lowe, Latibadir in the back. King, Russell, Bailey, Gray, and Cephas, as well as Mr. Brown.
I think there's a slight little glitch on my screen, guys, but it's probably to do with me rather than Coach DaCosta. Hopefully you guys can hear the both of us. I do apologize if there is a glitch.
So this is an interesting. See, they have Pinnacle and Lowe as the center backs, Latibadir as a right back, and Bell as the left back, with Russell and Richard King in the midfield. I don't understand why we have to pull people at their normal, natural position and make a hybrid lineup. Why this Gold Cup was announced a long time ago, right?
It's something that we do quite often. I mean, even with the Reggae Girls, you're playing players out of position. Someone asked me about the Reggae Girls earlier, and I'm so sorry, just connected. The Reggae Girls are stressing me out at the moment. Someone asked me about
See, if I'm picking this team, I have a depth chart, which means I have my first choice of left back and then my second choice of left back. First choice center back, second choice left center back. Right center back, I got my first choice, I got my second choice, and then right back, I got my first choice, second, all the way up in lineup. When I'm choosing a team, I got my main guy in mind and I have his backup. So there should be no problem. We put a natural center back in defense, but guess what? It could be a revelation. As much talent as King has, let's see what he does. But right now, they said Guatemala played possum in the last match where Jamaica won 3-0. Let's see, they kept away 7 starters. Let's see how many starters they use today and see if it's a different Guatemala. But we're all set for the kickoff. It's Jamaica, Guatemala from Carson, California. And kickoff, we're underway. And Guatemala in possession. Deep ball down the left wing, testing the Jamaican defense, and rising up is Latibadir with a nice header. Low, unable to win it in midfield. Oh, first shot on goal blocked by the Jamaican defense. And here is Jamaica. First ball up top to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown unable to get it, but now Guatemala with possession. Now Jamaica with possession. It's Damari Gray taking too many touches as usual. Call for tiki-taka, but Jamaica with a nice switch to point of attack. The wing, Leon Bailey tries a little fancy back heel to try to get it to Russell, but it's unsuccessful to throw in for Guatemala. But my goodness, Damian Lowe was such a dangerous challenge. A lot of people say Damian Lowe is a red card waiting to happen. Let's see. And Damian Lowe is the one in the midfield, not Richard King. Look at Lowe, how high Lowe is. Jamaica with the press. And here's a turnover chance for Jamaica, and Guatemala able to clear it last minute. Jamaica now. Can they get some possession? Jamaica should be able to attack this team. Ball in the air a lot. Jamaica needs to settle this and try to play some football. Guatemala now with possession. Guatemala. And we're going to call a foul on Leon Bailey. Foul called against Leon Bailey off the ball, actually. It was actually off the ball. Let's see exactly what happened here. Leon Bailey, just unnecessary, Leon. Why would you give him a shoulder barge right there? Leon, Leon still has a little scoundrel in him. A little dirty play right there. But it's one of those things. That is unnecessary. It's one of those indisciplined moves by Leon Bailey that's indisciplined, that's just unnecessary. Why give a shoulder barge right there? The ball is gone.
I think it's one of those things where, again, different strokes for different folks, knowing when to do something and knowing when not to. Perhaps if he's going up against someone like the Mexicans, then it's a little bit of a physical encounter, depending on, if you're on a card or not, and the timing of the game, then you kind of expect a little bit of a physical affair, similar to what we saw in the Unity Cup against Nigeria.
Okay. Interesting. We see a Jamaican warming up. We're only in the third minute, and Jamaica is already warming someone up. Must be an injury. Shot on goal by Guatemala. Save Blake. Nice work, Blakey, as the Guatemalan forward, able to get behind the defense. It's the number 18 shirt for Guatemala. And I mean, it's just been just a nice shot on goal. Good save by Blake. Here's Brown coming deep back to get the ball. Guatemala, so far, the majority of possession by Guatemala. Jamaica is pressing them and is putting a lot of pressure on their back line. Here's the wing, Jamaica with an intercept. Can they keep possession? Cephas with the ball. And once again, Cephas actually plays it inside. Jamaica now, here's low. Here's a switch of point of attack. Well done, Jamaica. Here's Jamaica. And then a bad pass by Latibadir. He gives it right away to Guatemala. Here's a counterattack. And look at the tackle in midfield by Damian Lowe. Those are the tackle that made Damian Lowe famous. His ability to reach Leon Bailey, taking on three, and they take the ball from him. And once again, we see this now. Latibadir with the steal. Now Russell. Buster man solid right through his leg, and here's Bailey now. Bailey gets pushed over, and no call by the official, but it's still Jamaica with a throw-in. And look at this. The man comes and pushes Bailey. Bailey tries to milk it, the Guatemala player, but nice work. Look at Damian Lowe, an incredible tackle to win possession for the Reggae Boyz. Now here's Ethan Pinnock now. The ball is on the side of the penalty box, so penalty area. So it's going to be a long throw from Ethan Pinnock. Pinnock has been away from the Reggae Boyz for a minute. Is Bailey battling inside with number 16 as they're jockeying for position. The referee's talking to both of them right now. So once again, 0-0 into the fifth minute. It's the Gold Cup, Concacaf Gold Glove. It's Group C action. Long throw in, flick there, won by Guatemala, first header. Here's Jamaica now, out wide to the wing. Can he get a cross off? First time cross, nice. Goes begging at the far post. It looked like Cephas was actually shooting rather than crossing that ball. It appeared the angle he had called for a cross, not a shot, but Ronaldo Cephas, onside, actually tried to deflect it inside of the goal. And really, we need that ability. Remember we talked about a good player, how a good player becomes great by making his teammates better. Cephas had an opportunity, had two Jamaicans in the middle waiting for that cross if he could have been found. But instead, he takes a shot on goal, which is the deflected shot, not to put it on top of boot and hitting it, but to deflect it in there. There's a cross in the box. Jamaica now should have some possession. Instead, it's a long ball up the wing, and it goes out for throwing for Guatemala. Guatemala now with a possession with their back four. Jamaica has fallen back a little bit and not pressing as high as they were to open the match. We're into the 6th minute, and here's Guatemala now. Guatemala attacking. Free men in the middle. Guatemala. He comes across. Can he get shit? Nope. It's out for a goal kick for Jamaica. Guatemala were able to penetrate deep into Jamaica's defense, but in the end, unable to get anything out of it. No profit for Guatemala. Goal kick now in the 7th minute. Guatemala fans look like they're in full voice in the stands. In Carson, California, Gold Cup 2025. This is Group C action. Long kick, won by Jamaica. Second ball is Russell, now Damari Gray. Jamaica now should have some possession. Here's Bell. Amari Bell up the wing. Amari Bell has Cephas, but he finds Brown. A nice slide tackle by Guatemala, and they're able to win the ball. And once again, it's just unnecessary roughhousing by Jamaica. Brown, after the pass left, Guatemala made a play. He knocked him over right in front of the referee. See, that's going to be in the referee's mind next time there's a decision to be made. Jamaica again, able to, and low in midfield wins the ball, is fouled, and it's going to be a free kick to Jamaica. So far, Damian Lowe showed why the coach has confidence in that midfield, that tackle he makes, and then he's winning headers in the midfield. One of the things Jamaica doesn't do is win the aerial duels. The aerial duels are something that Jamaica really needs to work on. But one of the best aerial duels for Jamaica, Damian Lowe. Free kick now at midfield for Jamaica, and Jamaica goes short with it. Jamaica, I just don't understand why would you why would you put yourself under pressure by going small with that ball right there? And here's Jamaica now with opportunity. Nice run by Brown. Can he be found? Here's Brown. Oh, no, it's Cephas. I thought they were going for Brown, but they were going for Cephas. Just out of his reach. I mean, Cephas already showing that they cannot run with Cephas. Here's Guatemala now. Guatemala patient in the back four as they switch the point of attack, looking for gaps in the Jamaican defense to go forward.
How many are you on there, Coach?
What was that? I'm
What
at
minute?
the 8-minute 34, 8:35, or 8:36. Where are you?
I am 8:55, but it's okay. It's
So
okay.
you're ahead of me. That's fine. You're ahead of me. You could be ahead of me. You could be like like a sayer or a seer.
I'm going to leave it as it is with you leading, because if not, I'm ruining it for you, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So because I'm going with the FS1 feed here, which is a stream, and it's not like the live TV, which is always the best. And
No problem.
look for Guatemala. Guatemala has penetrated deep into Jamaican half now. He nutmeg. Oh my goodness! But with good recovery by King. King got nutmeg with a nice move from the Guatemalan winger, but King was not having any of that. As you saw him pull that, able to win, good tackle and win the ball for Jamaica. Here's Guatemala, still attacking. Guatemala now on that wing, looking across. Long switch by Guatemala. Here's the winger, the number 7 shirt, and Guatemala looking to get the cross off, and it's blocked. Amari Bell up to task and not allowing the cross to happen, but it's a throw-in to Guatemala. Similar to what happened in the last match between Guatemala, but the Jamaicans had inverted wingers, and when they changed wingers, things seemed to liven up for Jamaica. This time they start off in a normal formation for them as far as the position of people. Guatemala trying to unlock the Jamaican defense, and a last touch by Guatemala, throwing to Jamaica. Good defense that time by the Jamaican side.
Please do make you hit that like button, guys. Let's try and see if we can bring this one to 100 likes. If possible, 66 of you have already hit the like button. I'm leaving you in the capable hands there of Coach Da Costa. He's giving you the leading commentary for the first 45 and possibly for the second 45 as well. Okay, so just sit back and enjoy his commentary. And to those of you who have already hit the like button, thank you so much. Max City, big up yourself. D White, big up yourself also.
It's Guatemala on the counterattack. Guatemala applying pressure to the Reggae Boyz. Looking to get a cross off. It's in there. Shot on goal. Too high, but Guatemala able to unlock the Jamaicans' defense. The number 25 shirt with a nice shot on goal. Just trying to see who that is. Oh my goodness. Guatemala looking dangerous.
It's a different Guatemala, isn't it? It's not the same Guatemala that we saw played in the World Cup qualifier.
in the World Cup qualifier, right? Both teams had already made it. There was no doubt. And guess what? The pots had already been established. So
Yeah,
Guatemala,
and they
more
tweak
likely,
tweaked their team as well, isn't it? So
yes.
we're
I see
same
one, two,
nation, but
three different starters, three different starters so far. And I
mm,
remember didn't play the first one. Leon Bailey not trying to find Cephas, but his diagonal pass is too long, goes off for a goal kick for Guatemala. So you have to understand these coaches sometimes play possum. I
yeah.
remember one time I was coaching a high school team. This is 20 years ago, and the team we were going to play in the first round of the playoffs. We saw their coaches and a lot of the members up in the stands. They arrived, so we decided not to play possession ball, but just do kick and run to try to confuse them. And guess what they did? They left before halftime. They thought we were easy side, and then we jumped on them in the playoffs with possession. So I understand it because I've used it myself. I've played possum before. The big question is, did Guatemala play possum? Everybody, I got people were criticizing me last time, Crystal, because I said we shouldn't be excited about beating the 106th ranked team in the FIFA rankings after defeating the 205th or 207th in BVI and Jamaica playing with fire here. The ball's in their back leg. Can they do it? Oh, nice work, King. Just composure of Richard King. Well done, Jamaica. And unable to find Bailey was their last pass. But you got to love how Jamaica, especially Richard King, showed that composure in avoiding disaster in their defensive third. And so one of the things I said was, what I'm looking for was a 3-0 victory, but we shouldn't be beating our chests for beating Guatemala 3-0 with their depleted lineup, missing 7 starters.
Isn't it?
What's that?
We have a good record against Guatemala, so I can understand why you would say this. I believe this is like the 20th encounter between the two, and so far that's 12 wins in the bag for Jamaica, 4 draws, and 3 wins for Guatemala. So history does speak for itself that we do tend to beat them
Yes.
when we come up against them.
In the last 6 matches, we're 4 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss against Guatemala. In the last 6, which is, of course, our most recent encounters with Guatemala. So Guatemala understands Jamaica, knows Jamaica. But the thing is, have you seen the combination play from Jamaica yet that I told you look for? Have we seen, them matriculate the ball from the defense to the midfield to the forward lines and the wings?
They look like they're trying to string up something, I think that was Amari Bell there that was just pulled back by his shirt.
And miscontrolled by Guatemala, but Guatemala had unlocked the defense again. It's like we have 4 center backs. Everybody's dropping. Nobody's getting in there, mixing it up, tackling. And a foul against Guatemala be a free kick to Jamaica. I don't like these restarts because when they go short, they need to put pressure on Guatemala. Grab a shirt by the number 14 shirt for Guatemala. The foul against him.
So quarter of an hour played on the clock there. We've got the leading commentary by Coach Da Costa. Feel free to fire some questions at us at halftime, guys, or just chat away in the comment section. If you have any questions there for the lovely Coach Da Costa, do go ahead and fire it at him. You know how it goes on my platform, guys. Keep it clean, keep it sweet, keep it professional in the comment section. If you want to jump on the stream with myself and Coach Da Costa, please do respect both of us, and we will respect you guys in return. Likewise, the same goes for you guys in the comment section, okay? Keep it sweet in the comment section. All right. As I said, just over a quarter of an hour played. We've got Guatemala inside our box. That one looks like it's gone out for a corner kick. Deadlock yet to be broken. Still 0-0 on the scoreboard. And this is the first match there for Jamaica and Guatemala in the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup. Guatemala going over to take their corner kick. Back over to yourself there, Coach Acosta.
Once again, Guatemala able to unlock the Jamaican defense with tiki-taka, and the cross was blocked after the ball was switched from the left side of Guatemala to the right. Blocked by Jamaican defender out for a corner kick. Now, one of the things we want to watch for is Yellow shirts rising versus blue shirts rising. If Guatemala doesn't go short here, but see who wins these challenges. Guatemala, the short corner in the middle, and yellow shirt rise up. Ethan Pinup with the win. Ball back in. Once again, Jamaica doesn't step after the initial clearance, Crystal. Jamaica needs to step to make sure any ball back in, any little half clearance, any ball back in, those attackers are offside. Look at Leon Bailey inviting the tackle. And we just don't want to do that. It's Jamaica now trying to get out against Guatemala. Trying to turn is Brown. Unable to Brown and Guatemala now with the turnover. Guatemala attacking. Got 3 defenders around them. They should dispossess this ball. There's Guatemala. He should be offside. It's a goal, but should be offside. Offside flag goes up. I noticed the player wasn't offside, but once again, Jamaica's defense was unlocked. And in an offside position, so the Guatemalans ran over to the assistant, but I can clearly see him in offside position. We're waiting for the replay here.
I think the closest man to him was Ethan Pinup, but he looks offside to me.
Watch this here. But you see, the thing is, we're not double teaming and dribbling him. We're around him, but he's clearly in offside position. I saw it in real time, and he just bangs it into the net. And then they're yelling at the assistant. That's when the referee comes over and yells at all of them.
It's a wake-up call.
It's a wake-up call for Jamaica. This is not the same Guatemala team we played last week. And everybody got on me because they were Jamaica. Everybody beating their chest, celebrating their victory. I said, this is fool's gold. We're not playing well as a team. We're not possessing the ball and breaking down defenses on the ground with our touches. We do a counterattack. Wow, Damian Lowe with a vicious, and here's the first yellow for Lowe. And Lowe has been rendered ineffective in the midfield. You remember we talked about this? We're in the 19th minute. We're in the 19th minute. He comes with his flying tackle. That his judgment has to be called into question. He never made contact. It shouldn't be a yellow card though, but but you give him an opportunity. He really never made contact. I don't see any contact, but Damian Lowe does this all the time. He is reckless. He's a gambler, a riverboat gambler. But now he needs to be subbed because you have your starting defensive mid on a yellow card. That reduces his aggressiveness.
Coach, you obviously coach the game. I'm just sitting in my couch watching the game from the comfort of my own home.
Oh, you did catch him.
When you see that Guatemala have unlocked your defense, and if it wasn't for the offside shout, the player was definitely offside, we would have been 1-0 down. Damian Lowe, at all levels for Jamaica, has played somewhat of a decade for his club, from the youth team to the senior team. He's the vice captain. Should he not know that now is not the time to be making an irrational tackle?
Damian Lowe has played this since he was a youth. Damian Lowe played this way with these rash tackles, because guess what? Every now and then he'll have success, like in Canada, and it led to a goal for the United States. There's defending now, Amari Bell. Jamaica needs to keep possession of this. But see, too many touches and a foul bails out Lati Bader. Lati Bader knocks over a person as the Guatemalan holding on to the ball. There should be a yellow card to the Guatemalan player for delaying the restart because he grabbed the ball.
Would you sub him? Would you sub a game of this magnitude where you're in a group stage where you need to be winning every single game? Do you think is a liability? Would you sub him at halftime?
I'll sub him right now. Damian Lowe cannot control himself with these tackles. And you're going to see. He's going to go in again. He's going to go to ground. The problem when you go to ground, right, for a tackle, Crystal, is that gravity takes over. And there's no stronger force in the universe than gravity. You will be coming down, or you'll be flying through the air, or whatever it is, and the person sees you, sticks his foot out there, and you hit that foot from the angle you change. Remember now, most players come together like this, right? Both feet. But once you change the plane, you come in like this, it's incumbent on you not to make contact with your opponent. And Damian Lowe has just been reckless his whole career this way. Once again, he has been successful at times, which encourages the bad football.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, please do go ahead and hit the like button. Almost 100 of you watching. 75 of you have hit the like button. It's not good enough. It's gone past 3:30 a.m. For me, it is an early one. Please do respect my time and the time of my lovely guest, my panelist, that is Mr. Coach DaCosta. Kindly hit the like button. Let's see if we can get this one to 100 likes. 22 minutes on the clock in the first match of the Concacaf Gold Cup 2020-25 for Jamaica and Guatemala, and it is still 0-0. Guatemala managed to break the deadlock. Thankfully, it was waved offside.
Now, let me understand. Let me make sure. Jamaica has the superior team as far as talent is concerned, but the better
On paper.
teamwork is being done by Guatemala.
Yeah, I think your good analysis there. That's something that we have to be careful of there, coach. The line of complacency, not just for the 12th man, but also more importantly for the boys on the field. You don't want to get complacent thinking because you have the bigger names, then that means you're the better team. Oftentimes, I think, yes, when we're playing in these competitions, we might have the bigger names, but that doesn't mean that we have the better team, and that's been evident over the years.
All right. Yes, a very astute comment. We're at 81 likes, so we're gonna get that 100 for you, Crystal. Like and
hope so.
subscribe, please.
For me and for you. Thank you so much for blessing me with a moment of your time, Coach. It does not
No,
go
it's my pleasure, Crystal.
Thank
it's not easy to find someone with the knowledge you have, the knowledge base, and look at Leon Bailey. How many 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 touches. But Latabadere did the same thing. We could have advanced the ball through the midfield in one of our last position up that left wing, but Latabadere was a ball stopper. He took 5 touches, would kill that counter. Leon, 1, 2, 3. How many to get to the tissue roll center of the tissue pop? Look at Jamaica. Jamaica's possessing the ball, but there's no rhyme or reason to their possession. The midfielders aren't showing with any kind of. Now we're looking at, we're going to the long ball, and right there we go to the long ball. It's so easily defended by a team like Guatemala. Let's see if Jamaica has more patience to unlock this team. Here it is. 1. Leon Bailey down the wing. Send him down the wing. Oh, see, Leon Bailey wanted to go down the wing, but Russell did not give him the ball. Here is Richard King. King now from the right side. He switches it on the left side for Jamaica. Jamaica looking to attack. Cephas wants to do this. Touch it and get the ball and go. Where is the combination play to release Ronaldo Cephas down that left wing? Where is the combination play to release Leon Bailey down that right wing? Where's the combination to Mr. Brown down the center and Mr. Damari Gray? Jamaica is not having the combination and offside, way offside is Guatemala. That is very encouraging sign for Jamaica's defense, that their ability to read that play. But once again, Crystal, Guatemala has planned for Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
They've gone home, watched the film, and they've come up with a game plan. The thing about football, go ahead, Crystal.
No, continue. I interject.
The thing about football is it's a game of adjustments. And when the opponent adjusts, you have to adjust. Now, if Jamaica comes with the same old thing and you haven't adjusted, once again, Leon Bailey, a little cheeky little back heel didn't work. Can the Jamaicans dispossess Guatemala? Here's Bailey now. Can he get it? Nice first touch. Here's Brown, his first opportunity on goal. Brown. Leon Bailey now. Can he? Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey's dragged down and earns a free kick for Jamaica. And Jamaica have a chance on all credit by Leon Bailey's work. You got to give the ball a credit when credit is due. Here's Bailey. I want to replay it. Oh, they're pulling them down because Leon Bailey was headed to go. First of all, it was Brown. Brown, once again, I don't know if Brown was trying to nutmeg the guy, but the guy definitely pulled Leon Bailey down. And once again, Crystal, who's going to take this kick?
I think I'm going to look to see who finds the sweet spot. Can't see yet. Let's see. Let's just see this one. Still looking at the goalkeeper arranging his walk, so I can't actually see if it's going to be Bailey or Gray. Looks like it's going to be Leon Bailey, I think, taking the free kick. could be a curling. I'm gonna go with it's actually Damari Gray that goes for it. Oh, coach, not sure what happened there.
Oh
My
no,
apologies.
somebody's calling me. Remember I told you who marked the ball, Crystal? Is the person taking
Yeah,
it?
I didn't see it though. I didn't see that part, so I
Yeah, I
couldn't
saw
see that.
Damari Gray mark it, so I knew he's going to take it. Remember now, people, this is from training pitch. Nice little
Yeah.
snapshot. It's just a little off target for Gray. I'd rather Leon Bailey's talented left foot going to the far side netting. The
Thought
pigeon.
because of the gap there between the wall that it was actually going to be Leon Bailey curling it in between the gap, but they obviously had
I'm trying
different
to tell you.
opinions.
On the training pitch, right? You see him spinning the ball. You ever seen Cristiano Ronaldo's free kick regime, right? Everybody knows that world famous Cristiano Ronaldo, right? He gets the ball
Yeah.
and he spins it and then he places it. See his little sweet
Yeah.
spot. I call it my
Yeah.
valve theory, right? Normally, when I train guys how to take free kicks, I have them hit the valve, but I put the valve at such an angle that when they hit it, his natural spin will come on the ball. The ball will spin and dip just from hitting the valve. But Cristiano Ronaldo has his sweet spot, and then what he does is see Cephas. Oh my goodness, had a chance to steal it right there. Release him right away. See, we have to be a little more accurate. Jamaica is getting all they can from Guatemala, but listen, Jamaica is just way more talented in this team. They're just playing better football right now. It's Bailey.
Who are you bringing on for Damian Lowe there, coach? And I mean, in midfield, just to remind you, we have Casey Palmer, Atkinson, Dwayne Atkinson, that is Jonathan Russell, Bobby Reed, and Isaac Hayden. Is there a question mark there over Isaac Hayden's availability?
He's injured. Somebody say he's dealing with an injury. It's a minor injury, but it is not. If he doesn't have to play till later on in the tournament, it's a good idea to rest him for this opening match. But the thing is, once that tackle is gone by Damian Lowe, we have not called his name. You understand that? So now you see my point about his effectiveness being reduced because he's on a yellow?
Yeah,
And
he has
all
to keep
because
quiet.
he's quite quiet. He's very quiet.
So yeah, do you think that alone will be an indication for the coach to say, okay, let me make a substitution just in case?
Yes, the reason he's in there is for what he's done already. Because he had a really good tackle that won the ball that led to a quick counter for Jamaica. Jamaica's too quick, too fast in the back there. Where's Bailey gone?
Yeah.
Bailey's not out of position right now. Where's Leon Bailey gone? Has he gone to the left side? Where is he?
Leon Bailey,
he's a little more in the center there. Look, you see him? You see that number 7? And then Russell is on the wing. Here's Cephas. Can he get behind the defense? Cephas does. Collects the ball. Can he get his cross off? Around Cephas to Gray, Damari Gray. Here's the cross from Gray. Oh, Gray had an opportunity, but now here's the cross. And it looked like a shot from Damari Gray. Damari Gray tried to force a shot, and it was blocked by a Guatemalan defender. And it still goes out for a throw for Jamaica. Jamaica in possession, putting some pressure now on the Guatemalan defense. Here's King. Bailey on that wing. Leon Bailey. 3 defenders in front of him. Good decision as the Jamaicans now switch it. I want them to switch it a little faster. Switch it a little faster so you can get Cephas an opportunity. Here's Blake. And Blake has to play a long ball. Mari Gray with the win in the midfield. Bell. Bell has options. He has Low in the middle. Here's Latibadair. Richard King. And you see where Low is, right? He's back in defense. He's back in defense.
Oh.
Before you saw him roaming into the attack. Damian Lowe, you was getting into the attack. Here's Cephas. Can he get this cross off? Cephas, here's a left-footed cross. And it's all opportunity for Jamaica. Shot goes begging. And Jamaica with his best chance so far to score. And Leon Bailey's shot at the end was deflected and blocked. Let's see if they get a corner out of this. But look at Cephas. Cephas, look at the work by Cephas. Cephas now tries to get this square in. Here's Bailey with a shot. And I thought it took a deflection off the Guatemalan.
Yeah, it was good defensive work by the Guatemalan defense. Oh my God. Deadlock broken.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I see it now. Here's the cross into the area.
No chance of waving that one
Oh,
offside.
Guatemala. My goodness. This is exactly what we didn't want to happen. And we see it now. Guatemala, but it looked like he could have been offside. I want to see the replay on this one. It looks like he was offside again. But another time, the Jamaican were caught in transition, and Guatemala able to unlock the defense in the final third and get a goal on board. They put it on the board. Let's see the replay, as we do have VAR in this match, and they will be checking all goals. As the official wait for the check on goal, I thought he was offside. But, you know, that's just from an early glimpse. And Crystal, you're well, Crystal, are you watching the Concacaf feed?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. See, watch now. Look, I thought he was offside right there. Why would they show us that angle? Show us the other angle. Oh, it's a little cheeky back heel from the player, and then a little side netting finish. That's
It's a very confident finish, isn't it?
yeah, it is. But Jamaica, Crystal, what I said at the beginning of the match, if Jamaica doesn't come out playing a good brand of possession and knocking the ball around and working with each other, it's going to be heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody says, "Oh, 3-0, 3-1, Jamaica." I know the match is not over. It's not even halftime yet, but we're
we've got some work to do. We have got some work to do, my friend. Guatemala.
Oh, we do.
Finding the back of the net once more. This time the goal stands. 33 minutes played on the clock. And that is Oscar Santis with the opener for Guatemala.
These people must.
I think coach, like so many Jamaicans, are hoping for another shouts for offside. But that one is going to stand, I'm afraid. 1-0 down as we steadily approach the end of the first 45. I think coach might be on another phone call there, guys. Let's just give him some privacy. I think he's got another phone call.
Hey, Crystal, I want to say all the fans out there, please stop calling me. You're knocking me off the air. I know you want to call to talk football and what's going on. Their enthusiasm is great. You understand that? But they don't understand, Crystal. They're knocking me off the air. So many of them are calling me on the WhatsApp and things. So please wait till after the match or something.
People, please do hit the button and leave my co-host alone. Leave my special guest
he was
alone.
onside, but the initial pass, he was offside. On the initial pass, he was involved in the play. This should not have counted. This should not have counted.
Really?
If they show another replay, you see the initial pass. I want you to watch for the initial pass. You know what? Let me get the CONCACAF feed because I'm tired of FS1 being behind. Crystal, you take over while I find this match a better stream.
It's 35 minutes there on the clock, and it is Guatemala have found the back of the net not once but twice. First goal there waved offside. Second goal, no luck on Jamaica's side this time round. 32 minutes inside the game, and Oscar Santis found the official opener. Put 35 minutes there on the clock, and we are trailing 1 goal to the good. Plenty of talks there in the comment section pertaining to the celebration. Apparently, he did the gun finger celebration. I think he's probably making fun of Warner Brown's celebration. Also, Shaman does the gun celebration as well. So there's a little bit of a mockery there. I've got to like it.
Oh, it's a little gamesmanship so far by the Guatemalan side, and we have to step up. Jamaica now has to answer the bell. What do you do now? Because remember the famous quote by Mike Tyson, everybody has a plan until they get hit. Well, the Jamaicans, you got hit. Get up off the step and go and do something about it now.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
So I guess it's not being offered on the CONCACAF.
Is that a fair result? Go on there, coach. What was you saying?
I said I can't find it on the Concacaf channel. Normally it's right there on the Concacaf channel. I'm subscribed to the JFF
Yeah, I think
channel.
if you're watching on Concacaf, you're going to be needing a VPN. Red Law, the future, big up yourself, Red Law. D White. If I haven't given you your big up, I do
I thought
apologize. Big
because
up yourself.
I'm subscribed to JFF Live. Let me check if JFF Live has it.
No, they won't have it because remember, this is a CONCACAF competition.
Oh, okay, so I'm okay. I have to go back to Fox Sports then.
Yeah, so you're better off.
FS1.
I'm happy to hold back on any celebration so that I don't ruin it for you. If you're comfortable with doing the lead-in commentary, that is.
Oh no, but you told me a goal was scored. When I saw you saw your face, I said, okay, but it was a good thing though. That is good, you know.
What I'm saying is,
it's a good thing that you took over. You're supposed to have taken over that point because a goal is what we're looking for, man. And as far as Jamaica is concerned,
what I'm saying is, I don't want to ruin it for you, so I am happy to hold back on my celebration. If
so
you're
where are you
comfortable,
now? Where are you now in the thing?
it's going to jump backwards and forwards. So I am at 38 minutes, but it's not going to. We're never going to be on the same time. Is basically what I'm saying. It's going to go forward.
Cephas with a chance. Can he get this cross off? He's tripped. No call from the official. He goes out for a throw-in, but Jamaica in the 39th minute here, putting pressure. Jamaica has to respond, and you respond by getting a goal. That's the only response you want from Jamaica. Here's Cephas with the ball. Cephas was tripped up. No call from the official, and the official was in good position. Here's Cephas, and he wins the corner kick for Jamaica. Now Jamaica has to bring all their giants forward and really have to attack this corner kick. Demarai Gray. What do we want to see from Gray? Want to see the ball come across with pace across that 6-yard box. That 6-yard box, the line right across there with pace. See, I don't like the long run up from a lot of our. You see Bell, you see Low, you see a lot of our things. Let's see this kick if it's a quality. First post, and Brown wins it, but that was a little too short. It was not the best quality from Demarai Gray. But look at this. I mean, you're talking about initially, see that guy that just made that pass right there, the little side-footed pass, he was in an offside position when the long ball came in, and he was involved in the play. He should have been offside. I'm trying to tell him.
I mean, either way, we have some work to do as we steadily approach the end of part 45.
Jamaica is still have the better personnel. It's clear to me. But we don't the system of play is non-existent. It's all individual effort. And sometimes just enough for a team like Guatemala. But if the way they're organized, almost a turnover. And see, good pressure. Is the Jamaican team fit enough to put the press on Guatemala? Guatemala right now just wants to make it into halftime. So you're going to see them defend, and then counterattack. And once they counterattack, they're going to counterattack and just be unselfish tiki-taka, try to break Jamaica down. So Jamaica makes any mistakes, any passes go awry, anything's not as accurate, watch for Guatemala to take advantage of those situations. And here's a pass. Here's Guatemala now in possession. Nice work. Can they get the ball over the top? They're looking at the wing, and there's a wing. Here's Richard King. Well done, Richard King, able to contain the attacker. Guatemala asks for the ball. Instead, look, there's Guatemala. Look at the tiki-taka. Look at this. And now the square in the middle. Nice work, elevation. Center back for Jamaica. It looked like it was Pinnock who was able to clear that. Here's Leon Bailey now, going on a journey. Leon Bailey trying to spring the winger. And it's too close to Cephas's defender, the number 4 shirt, and he's able to get that first touch on it. But Jamaica showing they have that counterattacking speed that any mistake by Guatemala can be capitalized on at any time. So here's Jamaica now. Look at Guatemala dropping back. Crystal, you see this? But watch for the counterattack, though. Jamaica should not get sucked in. Keep it. It's a long way to go with a whole nother half to go, Jamaica. Please don't get sucked in. Play good, strong defense. Attack these people and see if we can do something. You see that where Damian Lowe is playing? He's up in there, right? And Jamaica forced it. Now here's the counterattack.
No, don't mind me. I'm doing some production stuff my side.
Guatemala trying to hold possession, and Jamaica with a steal. Here comes Jamaica. Here comes Gray. Shot on goal. Goes begging. Was that? No, that was not. I thought, yeah, it was Gray. Damari Gray. Left footed shot. Not his strongest foot, right? But Crystal, I want you to watch this replay and see can Damari Gray. What I would do, have Damari Gray fake that shot, have one of his teammates come back as a wall and do a 1-2 off of that, putting it on his right foot. Now he can bang on goal. But you know, everything Jamaica does is individual. We have to start incorporating team concepts into Jamaica's attack and their defense. Jamaica now able to win the ball. Lots of did. Leon Bailey with a nice turn. Can he save it? Bailey saves it. Can he get the cross off? Here's this cross into the area. He finds Gray. Gray setting up low and low. Sight for the shot. Lachi Bodair. Nice little chip into the area. And the Guatemalan keeper is up to task as he comes in collect. But you see that, I mean, nice work by Leon Bailey down that wing. But Jamaica, we have to find that final pass. We're in the 44th minute. It's 1-0 Guatemala over Jamaica. So lovely to have Crystal in the house. You've been a wonderful host so far. I mean, just look at this. It's the football has to be improved for Jamaica. And a lot of people missed my point when I said that. We'll save those comments for halftime. Look at the tiki-taka. Look at the tiki-taka, and they're just unlocking Jamaica. Square in the middle. Nice rise up by Jamaica, able to defend that one. And then the offside flag does come up. I thought the initial pass, he was in an offside position. Nothing came to the attack, so the referee goes back to the offside flag. As you can see on the wing, he's going to be offside. And there he goes, offside. So back to that goal, I think it was an offside position, that initial attack. It should not, he was involved in the play. It should not have counted. The goal for Guatemala should not have counted.
I'm going to wait until I see. Let me know what you guys make of that in the comments section, okay? Because I need to watch that one back on replay. Coach is saying that the goal shouldn't have stood. Let me know what you guys make of the goal. Should it have stood?
Okay, here's the reason. The first big ball in, right? Crystal? That's the initiation of the play. The Guatemalan attacker was offside. When the ball was first played, he cannot come into the play yet. You understand that? But he came into the play and affected the play. He was in offside position, so it should not have counted. When you're offside, you cannot affect the play in any way. As Jamaica, we know. Oh, once again, a shot goes begging. That's Gray this time, but Damari Gray is warming up his shooting boots, and we need that from Gray. We need Gray to really put his stamp on this match. We're into 1 minute of stoppage sign. We're into the 46th minute. We've completed 45. Guatemala and Jamaica. Guatemala with the attack. Now here is Cephas. Lay the ball off Cephas and go. Why would you hold on to it? Why take the tackle, Cephas? It's unnecessary. Only bad things can happen. Cephas does win the foul, but in that situation, just go ahead, lay the ball and go. It's less than a minute to go. We don't need this. We don't need it. The Guatemala is trying to waste time to get to halftime with the lead. What we want to do is and there it is, the halftime whistle. We're end of the first half. Guatemala 1, Jamaica 0. It's the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup. It's Group C action. Guatemala, USA. I'm Coach DaCosta along with Crystal, coming to you live from the UK. What time is it there? I know it's really late or really early.
It is almost 4 a.m. It is 3:55 here in the UK, so it's gonna be a sore one for me. Might come back later on during the day to give you guys a review. But I'm currently looking to my screen to the right of me, watching the guys come off the field of play, halftime in match day 1 for the Reggae Boyz in the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup, and we go into the halftime break trailing 1 goal to the good. Thankfully, we're not 2 goals down. First goal scored there by Guatemala was waved offside. Coach says that the second goal, which did stand, scored there by Santis, he said that that one was also offside. Let me know what you guys make of that in the comment section, right? I'm going to try and catch it on replay to see if it was offside or if Coach is just being the ultimate 12th man. Let me know in the comment section. Coach,
Yes.
how you been? How are you feeling after that one there? I've got some things I'm going to bring up on screen for you in a while to help us look
These
at
people
the
just, I said, stop.
go on there, Coach.
They keep air, Crystal. I don't know what's going on. They keep knocking me. They keep calling me, and I tell them to stop calling me. You're knocking me off the air, and they still call. The midfield is non-existent for Jamaica.
You have fans, you know, your fans them like you. Your
Now
fans like you.
you remember Richard King or Damian Lowe going up in the midfield and tackling stuff. We see none of that in the last quarter here. There's no midfield. There's no. We keep these hybrid lineups with
Can't
these
read.
players out of position. Give me you know.
Mhm.
I'm so frustrated, Crystal, because we need to decide on 2 midfielders. Central attacking midfielder, central defensive midfielder, whatever. You understand that? And then make that person your first choice. And if the person is available, play him in all these matches as we qualify and go into the World Cup. Why would you play all kind of different lineups and things, and then when we get to the World Cup, it's hodgepodge again? No, start from them players playing together as a group, as a unit. That's what I want to see, us playing together as a team from now. Don't wait, Coach McLaren. Have some
You can see some of
courage.
You can see a few of the halftime stats there on the screen in front of you there, Coach. Halftime statistics, shots, 6 shots there for Jamaica in comparison to Guatemala's 4 shots on target, 2 shots on target for Guatemala, Jamaica 0. Fouls committed, 2 fouls committed. Jamaica actually came out the worst of their Damian Lowe, the vice captain, handed a yellow card in the early stages of the first 45. Guatemala, on the other hand, they have committed 8 fouls offside, 0 for Jamaica, 3 for Guatemala. Corner says 1 apiece, although I'm pretty sure I've seen more than 1 corner. And position here says 51% percentage for Guatemala and 49 percentage there for Jamaica. That is how we're looking stat wise. Subs, who are you going for there, Coach? I'm assuming you're going for the man on the yellow card, Damian Lowe.
Yes, but normally, what I would normally do on a match, right, is I ask myself as a coach, what does the game need? What does my team need? What does my players need? You understand that? Does the game need a tactical switch, or does it need a substitution? You understand that? Do we need to change our defensive shape? Do we need to change our attacking shape? What does the game need? And right now, we need a midfield above all and everything else. So Casey Palmer is coming off the bench. Damian Lowe is going to the bench. Richard King going to the back line.
I think what we need as well, Coach, is to not go down to 10 men. So I could see why you're saying Casey Palmer, because the way that Guatemala are playing with such potency, the last thing you want to do is be playing Guatemala 1-0 down with 12 men trying to find an equalizer and hopefully subsequently find the match winner.
Yeah, well, you see the 12th minute here as the replays are going on FS1 in my replay. You see Guatemala in the 12th minute had the first real chance to go. And then, of course, in the 27th minute, a free kick goes begging by Demarai Gray. I thought Leon Bailey should have took that with his left foot towards that far post. But Jamaica and Guatemala at that time were pretty much even. You know, they're playing each other. But then, of course, here comes, see, The initial guy was offside. Did you see that replay?
I don't have no replay. I just have a blank halftime screen for Concacaf.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
not really
okay.
sure what,
I
but
want, I
I'm
want,
happy for you to
I want
the
everybody
replays.
be on time and find out that the initial big ball into the area, that guy was in an offside position and he came back and affected the play. You cannot get involved in the play anyway, as you guys know, as far if once you're in an offside position, because you cannot help your team. You're out of the game. Technically, you're out of the match. So, yes, I will definitely be making a midfield sub. The first thing I'm doing is making a midfield to try to settle that midfield out. Well,
You're going for Casey.
yes, because the forwards are not getting any service. You're not seeing consistent balls going up to Brown. How many times do you think we call Brown in? The center forward for Jamaica.
I'm sorry, say that. Warner Brown? I don't think I've called Warner Brown.
There you go. Exactly. That means he's not getting enough balls to his feet, enough balls in the air over the top, things like that. You know, so it's once again, one team has adjusted, the other team stayed the same. They just played last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one team has made adjustments, and you see the difference. One team has brought in some fresh players. This team, Jamaica, is still playing players out of position, so they're not natural, so thing doesn't flow. I just don't understand. It's an indictment of this coaching staff. All of them are concerned. And I cannot hold my tongue anymore. It's getting too close to the time now for Jamaica to get serious. Get your start. Okay. When Argentina plays, right? Do you see their first choice players in the big games, right? When Italy plays, right? When France plays, right? You see their first choice players. I don't know why Jamaica has to have different lineups, especially the core positions in midfield.
Yeah, that's probably a question there that only McLaren can answer if he wants to answer that correctly. But pertaining to the World Cup qualifier against Guatemala some days ago, I think it was maybe a week ago now. Do you think we showed our hands in that match? Because funny enough, McLaren paraphrasing said that it's going to be two different matches. So there's not really much that he could potentially learn from Guatemala in terms of their style of play. But do you think that they learned much about us with our style of play and our approach?
Yes, we don't change. We don't adapt, improvise, and overcome to break defenses down as a unit. We rely on individual ability. And sometimes that saves you, Crystal. That's a problem with individual ability. You're just stronger, faster, better than someone. You understand that? And you're able to will and bull your way through defenses and sometimes and score goals. And then you win and everybody beats their chest. Oh, no. You want to look for domination. When I saw the U.S. just pick apart Trinidad and possession and then unlock them in different ways, you saw how many ways U.S. unlocked Trinidad's defense and things like that? That's what we're looking for Jamaica. And what they think I'm hating when I say I'm not seeing it from this coaching staff. I don't see okay, tell me the combination play you saw between Damari Gray and Cephas on the left side.
Is there really much going on?
Nothing going on. Nothing. Tell me about Leon Bailey now. He had Leon Bailey and is Russell playing this game?
Russell's on the bench.
Yeah.
Back to Ronaldo.
Well, that's another choice in midfield, right?
Yeah, back to
what do you think about Russell?
One moment there, coach. Back to
you need a goal, right?
One moment there, coach. Back to Ronaldo, Cephas, since you touched on his performance, one clear opportunity there for him pertaining to trying to create an assist, but that one obviously we saw that it was neatly dealt with by the defense of Guatemala. Other than that, there isn't anything really any clear performance there from not just Cephas, but just in terms of our fire. Because just like you said, have we mentioned Warner Brown? No, we haven't mentioned Warner Brown. I've not heard his name mentioned not once. Maybe that's because I've got my audio turned right down. But I've not even seen him come into the game, which is quite unfortunate because he is our informed player.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, back to Cephas now. On Cephas took the ball to the line, then brought it back and then crossed it, right? You remember that?
Yeah, yeah, he
I would
did.
have,
Crossing.
okay. He had an opportunity as we're going towards their goal, right? To square it and cross the ball, right? Instead of and when he got in the box, he kept it, went to the line, and came back and then crossed it. See, what happens is everyone, when he first initially got into the box, everyone's going towards their goal. Attackers and defenders, much more chance for defenders to make a mistake or attackers to get on the end of it. He killed that when he went to the line and stopped and brought it back out. And he has just crossed that ball. So they're retreating defense rather than them standing there able to attack and come back out and turn and face. That's the criticism I have with Cephas, his ability to read that play, and he read it wrong.
Yes, that's intelligence. Maybe it's something that he will adapt to his game. Hopefully ASAP. If he can do that in the second 45, that will be great because we are trailing 1 goal to the good. Again, going back to that free kick there when we were wondering who's going to take the free kick. Leon Bailey, don't you think that should have been one that Leon Bailey took, given again the gap between the wall?
Yes, because I saw a video of Leon training before this Gold Club. It's like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And I saw Leon training and he was whipping the ball with left foot and finishing with his right foot. And I thought this called for that magic bend of a left foot of Leon Bailey. And then we got Damari Gray. See, what happens in that discussion between those players, Damari Gray can hit the ball nice, but it doesn't have that bend and dip in it. You understand, Crystal? Sometimes some of these players, I used to have this player when I was coaching college. I was coaching Morehouse College here in Atlanta. And we had this one player, and he would hit the ball so hard, Crystal, the ball would go compress and go oblong. And then when it regained its shape, it would dip. It was the most amazing thing where he hit the ball so hard that it would dip like that. So we had him taking our free kicks. It was a bit unpredictable when it dips where it goes to, but he would smack that thing so hard. So this is what we want, not as much as like that, but we want that thing bending and dipping under that bar, things like that from a Leon Bailey, more so than a Damari Gray. Both players are capable now. I'm not saying they're not capable, but in that instance, I want the natural whip of that left foot.
Yeah, that's something that we've touched on pertaining to Leon Bailey's free kick abilities, or we saw it more in the Bundesliga for Bayer Leverkusen. Not so much. I don't recall him scoring a free kick for Aston Villa, but most certainly for Leverkusen, yes. So we really saw those screamers there more for Leverkusen than Aston Villa. You guys correct me in the comment section if I managed to get that one wrong.
They're correcting because they say what's the name is Russell's already in the match.
Russell's in the match?
Yeah, I just checked the sofa score. He's in the match. But that's my question. We haven't called his name, so we were like, is he in the match?
I haven't seen Russell.
Well, he hasn't touched the ball. That's crazy.
Wow, that's why my apologies there, guys, but I haven't even noticed him.
No, that's an indictment of our attack.
Guys,
that Brown is not getting chances, Russell's not getting touches. Only people getting touches are the ball stoppers, Leon Bailey and Cephas and Damari Gray, because they got to dribble.
Yeah, that's oh yeah, my apologies. Yes, he is in the game, guys. He's Russell and Damian Lowe and Gray. Then yeah, that is quite poor. I actually thought that he was on the bench. So maybe it will be Casey Palmer that comes on. Right?
Well, like, once again, we don't have a system of play. The Guatemalans are thwarting it, meaning that they're denying us the ability to possess inside that area. And we don't have the training to knock it through and to break them down in multiple ways. Remember, I told you, if we came out and tiki-taka knocked it around.
It's quite an odd one because, yes, I know that Guatemala, this is a different Guatemala team, but we're a shadow of ourselves in comparison to what we've seen over the last string of matches, right? even a couple of those standout players there. My apologies to Russell. I didn't even, no disrespect, but I didn't even know that he was playing. And that's not me being disrespectful. I assumed he was on the bench. Heard nothing from Russell, again, standout player in previous matches in midfield. Warner Brown, nothing's really coming to him. He's a center forward. You have to create chances to see the best of him. And our wide players in terms of Cephas and Leon Bailey, again, we're a shadow of ourselves in recent matches. Poor performance from us so far.
Yeah, it's a very poor form. And I remember last week. I mean, they beat me when because I'm looking at it through a coach's eyes, and I don't see Jamaica putting the passes together and the combinations working as a team. Because Crystal, you want to be able to score in all three phases of the game. You want to bring the ball on the ground and break a team down, right? Then you want to score in set pieces, corner kicks, free kicks, things like that. That's already occurred. Then also in the counterattack. Once you turn a team over, you score off counter. And then, of course, the fourth one is individual effort. Somebody just takes the ball and dribbles everybody and scores. That happens in football. Here's a substitution coming on. The number 2 shirt is coming on. Let's see who's coming off. Little one. Lembakisa is on. Lembakisa is on. Or see who comes off. I haven't seen yet who is coming off. Anybody comment section see who's off? I don't see your boy out there.
Just as of yet.
I don't see who's out there. I'm looking for Lowe. I'm looking for Damian Lowe. I'm not seeing Lowe. Who's this right here? Is this him?
Richard King is off for Dexter Lambakisa.
Oh, wow. Richard King is off. Wow. Okay, there it is. Yes. King. Wow. I wonder if it's injury. I hope not. Because remember, he is nursing that hamstring injury. Here's Cephas. Can he go on one of his runs? Cephas. 1v1. Here comes that second defender. Can he get that score off? Here's Latibadea looking to shoot. Leon Bailey sets it up, and Lembakisa shot goes begging. And it's opportunity now. They're trying to play the ball, negative ball back to Blake. Blake, first time should play it out. Don't play with it, Blakey. Look at the pressure from Guatemala. They know Jamaica will make some rash decisions sometime, and they're trying to force something behind the line there. I mean, look at this right here. That should be a yellow card right there.
I mean, if the game finishes the way that it is, hopefully it doesn't, still got a long while to go until full time, then it's almost as if we're flat track bullies, because how can you do what you did about a week ago and then look a shadow of yourself now? Yes, again, we understand that Guatemala have rested their key players and they've made a difference, and that's probably made a difference, I should say, to what we're seeing now, but we look piss poor. We just look so woeful.
Once again, we do not have a system of play that we can adjust and say this is what we're going to do. We have to run over and run up through teams like Guatemala and BVI. If a team like BVI, 207th ranked team in the FIFA rankings, can stifle us to a 1-0 thing, what do you think a competent team is going to do?
Exactly.
You're not sophisticated. That's like you're a boxer, right? And all you have is a big right hand. All you walk around there swinging a big right hand every day. You have no jab. Look at this. Probably he got pulled down. No call by the official. And once again, Damian Lowe, I saw a pull down on the shoulder. I don't know what's going on here. The risk that's been taken, because that would have been a yellow, and he's done. Cephas now. He's 1v1. This is what he likes. And he goes negative. Jamaica now in possession. Jamaican side. Low. He's to Lembakisa. Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey. Here's Bailey going forward, trying to service the forwards. Overlapping. It's Lembakisa. Oh, and he gets brought down. And a free kick to Jamaica. It's the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup. It's Group C action. Jamaica, Guatemala is 1-0 in Guatemala. We're in the 49th minute. These teams, both of them played last week. It was a 3-0 victory to Jamaica. But was Guatemala playing possum? You know what that means over in America? A possum, you know what a possum is?
I feel like I know. Hold on. Let me think about that one. Don't
No, possum is a
let-
creature.
I know. I've seen it in a couple comedy sketches. Playing possum.
Well, okay. I have to explain
Allowing
to
you
you.
to
When a possum gets scared, right? A predator is approaching it. It plays like it's dead. Act like it's dead. So playing possum for Guatemala, act like they remember they didn't have 7 of their starters last week.
what you they play dumb to catch wise then. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So Jamaica will underestimate them and not make the changes necessary. What happens when you don't have success, you make changes. But when you have success, it goes begging. Jamaica almost scored. Was a great opportunity for Jamaica to score right there.
Smart.
Leon Bailey. See that whip Leon Bailey has on that foot? I just wish he went last post with that whip. See how he's able to whip that thing? That ball is dipping and curling and pop, and just goes begging that first post. That's on that first free kick that Damari Gray. That's what I want Leon Bailey to do. It's a very difficult shot to handle from the left.
Big up you guys there in the comment section. Mr. Ballin, big up yourself. Brave876, big up yourself. Sebastian, big up yourself. Mr. Beckford, big up yourself. Young Kings Entertainment, big up yourself. D White, I think I'm giving you a big up. Anyways, big up yourself once more. Jamaican Red Devil, where have you been? Worried about you. Good to see you in the comment section. Hope you are well. Hope your family is well. And yeah, DC, I think we spoke at the same time, playing Fool to Catch Wise.
Yes. Well, here comes Jamaica now. That's great. Was Lamikisa and Damian Lowe. Lowe's pass is intercepted. And look at Guatemala looking to go on the counterattack. Here's transitioning defense. Boom. Enough. One thing.
Coach.
Yes.
It's gone past 4. So it's basically sunrise at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't tell if I'm committed or something else to be sat here watching a game where my country is losing early hours of the morning, you know?
Yeah, but it's unfortunate. Guatemala, we then play a Fool to Catch Wise, I think is with the Jamaican accent, but yeah, they didn't adjust to have something new for Guatemala to see. You understand? Wow. What was the new thing for Guatemala you had for Guatemala? Okay, as a coach now, you say, oh, Guatemala expected Jamaica to come out. We know who they are, and Jamaica has not disappointed. They've come out with the same playing style, same nothing. During this week, I'd have been my camp. I'd have had tiki-taka. We'd have permitted more possession, more fluidity through the midfield to the forward line, and I worked on that, and we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, if 6 of you could go ahead and hit the like button, you'll go ahead and make me a happy bunny. 5 of you hit the like button and give this show 100 likes, please, and thank you. To those of you who have already hit the subscribe button, God bless you. To those of you who are silently watching, God bless you also. And to those of you who are chatting in the comment section and have already hit the like button, God bless each and every one of you. Hope you guys, Guatemalans out there, sure you're having a better watch than myself.
I'm just about to say, Jamaica's going to start going long. Pure long ball.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it just started. And, you know, what's good turnover. Here's Jamaica now with an opportunity. There's Gray. There's Leon Bailey. Is that magic foot available? See, that's what is frustrating about Leon. That was a waste of an opportunity.
Very
he tried to beat with a weak white foot. He should have been passing that. He has 2 in the middle waiting.
Yeah, you know, I think that's an interesting talking point there, Coach. That they really did play dumb to catch wise, you know, and
yeah,
if the scoreline stays like this, they definitely caught us. You know, and I always people, Coach, and you know, you can correct me if you want to. I always say to people, streaks are made to be broken. Records are there to be broken at the end of the day. And like I said, and this would have been what our 20th encounter between Guatemala, with us winning the majority of those games. And it's a fixture here between both nations that dates back to 19 what? Where does it date back to? 19 what?
I don't know. I don't have that information off the top of my head. Huh?
Have a random guess.
1960.
You're very close. 1969.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yes. So,
See the thing. Remember my analogy about a boxer that's all they have is a big right hand.
mhm.
That's Jamaica. While the other team have a jab and a right hand, but a left cross, a right cross, an uppercut, lots of punches in their arsenal. Look at Guatemala now trying to break Jamaica down again. And going to ground again is Cephas and a foul. Very dangerous situation for Jamaica here. Free kick to Guatemala. This is what a team like Guatemala depends on, these free kick situations, because they know they really can't run through anybody as far as just being strong. So they have to score on set pieces like this. So watch for them to run a play. Sorry, but I'm a little hydration here. Let's see what they do with
no,
this.
hydrate yourself, coach. Take as many sips of water, juice
Now,
as you are.
the power is zero. No sugar in it.
Actually, myself that I need to take a little sip of some water. I'm sorry, guys, but look, it is almost 4:30 in the morning.
All right.
I need a little sip of water. Okay, my
After
apologies.
this play, look at this play, Crystal. Let's
Yes.
see. Do they just float it in? See if the yellow shirts win it or the blue shirts win it. Yellow shirts win it, but it's flicked back. It's going to be a corner kick to Guatemala.
I just can't believe just how terrible we're playing. Players look lost. You can't even tell who is playing.
A team just played you last week. You have to show them something different. You
And you
can't
know
come out
what?
with the same thing.
Maybe shouts for a penalty there, coach. But there's also the offside flag that's been waved.
It's a corner kick. Guatemala's appealing for a handball in the box. Handling in the box. Will VAR intervene and will they check this? And I can't wait for this replay. Could be disaster for Jamaica.
Ball to me. It
Let's
looked
see
like
if
it touched it. Looks like it touched Damien Bo's thigh. So it
yeah.
don't look like no
Well, he
penalty
pushed
to
his hand
me.
behind his back, which is one of the telltale signs. Okay. You see how guilty. I used to tell my players, don't do that. Why are you putting your hand behind the back? You're telling the referee that you touched it, just trying to hide it.
Not his hand. It's not a penalty. I think
Yeah,
that touched his thigh,
but
I
don't
believe.
put your hand behind your back because you're trying to say, people go like this. Oh, I didn't touch it. That type like this. He did that. Okay. If it's been checked by VAR and it's no handling, so it's just a corner kick to Guatemala. We're in the 57th minute now. Guatemala 1, Jamaica 0. Jamaica early to the close first post, and it goes begging outside the netting, and poor quality in the corner by Guatemala. And see Guatemala checking their watches because normally the 60th minute, Crystal, is when you start to think about substitution.
Absolutely. One mark. Keep those comments coming. If you guys haven't hit the like button already, what are you waiting on? Please do go ahead and hit the
Look
like
at
button.
Amari Bell's run. Oh, I'm sorry, Crystal, but Amari Bell just made a spectacular run, but they didn't give him the ball. See, he wasn't accounted for by the Guatemalan defense because he's a left back, but he should have been given that ball. And once again, here's Jamaica going long. Cephas now. Jamaica's attack has been reduced to the long ball. Here's Bell. He was the captain for the Unity Cup. A very successful Unity Cup, even though Jamaica didn't win it. It was a successful cup for the Reggae Boyz. Here's
Yes,
Leon
it
Bailey.
was.
Bailey needs to lay the ball off and go. What? Oh, gosh. Nice recover from Bailey. Do a combination with somebody, Leon. Leon wants to make the killer pass right here, and it is. Fine Cephas. Good job. But you see how Guatemala double teams the wings and the forwards? The forwards gets triple teamed. They're not trying to give Jamaica any room to do anything. There it is. And once again, Guatemala with possession. He gets kicked, and it's just unnecessary. Why would you do that? I think that's Russell.
Yeah, that one looked like Jonathan Russell.
But it's just waste time. You understand, Crystal? Look at this. Look at
Like
this.
he
The shot is
over.
gone, right? Oh, he's acting. He did nothing. Russell did nothing to this Joker, right? What is this acting?
A little bit of a roughness, but it's nothing
Oh,
for him to be
he got his foot. He stomped his foot. He stomped his foot. I didn't
about.
see that. It was a foul. He stomped his foot. Russell did stomp his foot. 59th minute. We're into the 60th minute now of Concacaf action. And wow, midfielders should be a
Wow.
foul against Guatemala.
Should it not be a card? He literally pulled down like to be
Well, it looked
there,
like
didn't
he should give him a card. Look at this. This is no attempt. He loses the ball, and then he just yanks him down and puts his hand up in there. Remember I told you about the I'm guilty time? Referees look for that because they know you wouldn't go like that unless you did something. You wouldn't go, oh, I didn't touch it. That's the guilty sign. So I tell my player, don't do that. The referee knows when you do that, you did something wrong, even if you didn't do anything wrong. So get out of that habit.
Just one of those
Gray, big baller. Kenny, Russell in the box. Can we see something magical from the Jamaican side? Jamaica needs to elevate right here. Need some quality out of Gray. Here it is. It's an error and goes begging. But Jamaica did look like they won the initial header, which is a good sign. Look at the pressure being applied by the Reggae Boys. And they turned them over. Here's the counterattack. Can he get across and pick out a target? Back post, and its ball is deflected, and Guatemala's keeper able to come and collect the ball. 61st minute now.
One moment there. I need to know from you guys in the comment section if, not necessarily on tonight's show, but if you'd like me to go back to opening the phone lines. I haven't done so in a while. Mind you, I am having a little bit of an issue there, problem with my WhatsApp. But if you'd like me to consider reopening the WhatsApp line, let me know in the comment section, okay? Back over to you, Coach.
Hey, Crystal, we're 2 away from 100. Come on, like up the stream, guys. Can we get 2 more people to like the stream so we can get to a 100? It'd be an amazing milestone. Explain to them when they like the stream, what does that mean for the channel?
It basically just helps to boost the algorithm so someone else can come across the stream, which can help to grow the channel. You know, the more people view the platform, the better it should be. You know, the idea is to get more people on the platform, liking the videos, and also liking, hitting the subscribe button. As I said about a week ago, I surpassed 5K subscribers. The new target is 10K. Not sure if I can hit that anytime soon, but I will try at least. Guatemala is still leading 1 goal to the good. 62 minutes there on the clock. Jamaica still trailing, seeking to find an equalizer.
We're at 99, Crystal. We need 1 more person. Somebody in the chat section, please, comment section, please give it a like. Give it a like so to boost the algorithm so a lot of people will be directed to this channel and can get some nice Reggae Boys and Reggae Girls commentary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your support.
Oh, man, it's an amazing thing. I can't wait for do a Reggae Girls game with you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Someone in the comment section asked me about the Reggae Girls, and I feel like it's appropriate to answer that one on another live stream. I think they asked me, how do I feel about the Reggae Girls?
Oh, I see Dixon, Morrison, all warming up for Jamaica. Who will you think Brown, who's really hadn't had any service or anything, is he the first substitution off?
Who's that? Warner Brown? Could be because
if it's Dixon, you know, the thing you like about Dixon is his energy that he brings.
Yes, he's been non-existent.
Excuse me, Crystal.
But it's the case. If you're taking off Warner Brown, are you saying you're taking off Warner Brown for?
Well, I mean, a decision has to be made. I'll be right back.
How would that work though, guys? Coach is just temporarily off screen. He's saying that he would take off Warner Brown for Dixon. So is he looking to play Dixon as a center forward, or would you play Cephas as a center forward with Dixon on the left, Bailey on the right? What do you guys have in mind? Let me know in the comment section. I look so glossy. I can't wait for this game to come to an end, because so far it's not been worth my while, if I must say. I don't really like taking L's, especially when it's so early in the morning. What time is it? My stream looks a little bit shaky, looks a little bit grainy. I'm watching it back on replay in front of me. It does look a little bit grainy, guys. I do apologize. I'm not really sure why that is. I'm assuming it's down to some connection issue for myself, so I do apologize. Just waiting for Coach DaCosta to return. 64 minutes there on the clock. Looks as if there is something happening on the touchline there. Some brief water break, I think it is there from the guys. Jimmy the White says time for subs.
Well, like I said, remember at the 60th minute is normally when I make my subs if the game needs something. If my team needed something, a lineup substitution or formation change, we have to attack this team. We need a goal.
Yeah.
That's why I was bringing on Dixon, who's more quick. You understand? His quickness and nose for goal might serve Jamaica well in this situation.
Thank you to those of you who have helped us to reach 100 likes. Your support does not go unnoticed. Thank you each and every time. God bless you all. Also, before I forget my manners, massive thank you to my lovely panelists, Mr. Coach DaCosta. Thank you, sir, for joining me on tonight's live stream. Hopefully it won't be the last. You guys in the comment section, you've been rocking with me for the best part of 2 hours and 30 minutes. 65 minutes played on the clock, and we're still trailing Guatemala 1 goal to the good. They've gone ahead and they've called for a substitution of their own. Look like they're going for a double substitution while we're still waiting, it appears. So fresh legs there for Guatemala.
Fresh legs. And an attacking player, number 9 shirt there.
We've got substitutions of our own. Burrell coming on.
And here comes the man, the number 10 shirt.
So Casey Palmer and Burrell on. Gray off. Warner Brown off as well.
Oh, Burrell's on. So they went with Burrell instead of Dixon up top. And then Casey Palmer in the midfield. I told you going to take out Brown, because Brown didn't even touch the ball. Second half. He hasn't even touched the ball second half.
No service. No service for him.
Let's see what change this does to Jamaica. This should energize the Jamaican side. We're going to the long ball. Here's Palmer. And this pass goes awry, and here's Guatemala on the counterattack. Casey Palmer has to make that pass. He has to complete that pass. There's no way he can have a turnover right there. There's no pressure on him. See, if there's pressure on you, Crystal, and you're trying to make a pass, you have to do what you have to do. And sometimes the defense is good, but there's no pressure on you. Your quality has to be better. You're big baller from in England, Here's Jamaica now with the opportunity and the turnover. You see the tiki-taka to maintain possession? Now, Jamaica should switch this point of attack across the back line. Open up, Bell, open up, Bell, open up, Bell. But Palmer comes deep to receive it. Palmer dribbling to midfield now. I don't know if it was Cephas or for Bell. Here's Palmer and Cephas. A little 1-2. And now Jamaica. Palmer deep. Looking. Here's Bell on the wing. Look at the void in the midfield when Casey Palmer comes back to pick that ball. He's actually part of the defensive line right now. And the only way they have in is these long balls. But you see if there's a square in the middle. Chance for Jamaica. Cephas. And it's almost clear. Can he save it? He does save it. Here's Bell. Bell. Here's the right foot across. It's deflected, and Guatemala now looking to counterattack. Guatemala trying to hang on, and the Jamaicans apply an incredible amount of pressure, trying to equalize. Jamaica has at least 2 goals in them. Is Palmer going on a run, and he not on the same page? And once again, you have to learn how to defend closely without fouling. In that situation, Burrell was just a little too handsy. Watch his right hand now. Watch his right hand. Look at his left hand. You see that? Once you put that left hand on that shoulder, you're giving the referee an excuse to call foul. Because as soon as you touch his shoulder, the opponent's going to go down. He's going to go down and make a meal of it. Question is, can Guatemala kill this game off with the tremendous amount of pressure being applied by Jamaica? Here's Jamaica. Here's Guatemala now. We're in possession. Guatemala. Good turn in midfield. This one is fresh like, oh, and pull back. It's going to be a free kick to Guatemala. As the jersey was pulled. Latte Bader did pull the jersey. Wow, Jamaicans find themselves in this situation. I blame the coaching staff. You have to have a better game plan than this.
Jeez.
Uh-oh. Here's Guatemala in possession. I didn't like what Christian just said. Header and almost a goal for Guatemala. I wonder why you reacted like that, Crystal. Can Jamaica deal with it, though? Yes, good clearance, though. And Jamaica.
Wow.
But Guatemala almost with the second goal.
So good low stakes there by Captain Andre Blake.
Look at Blakey here. Ball in, header, and good save from Blakey. Full stretch. Full stretch, Blake, to deny the Guatemalans. You shall not pass. You know your Harry Potter, right?
Did you say Harry?
Or Lord of the Rings. One of those. I have kids, so they watch those things, and I get them mixed up.
I've never watched neither Harry Potter or
Lord of the Rings.
And Lord of the Rings isn't really my thing. I
Yeah.
don't really like people look, so I wouldn't give it a watch. But had to laugh when I first moved to the country, and we were watching movie day at school. Harry Potter was actually I believe the first movie they had on, but my memory is so vivid. I don't actually remember. That was the first ever Harry Potter, guys. Yes, I don't really have any memories of Harry Potter other than the first one. Actually, I haven't watched the others. Sorry.
You know, I think it was Lord of the Rings, but the wizard in all white, and he puts his staff down. You shall not pass, and it's been used, for goalkeepers who have offended an adult.
I think you're probably watching from a different stream because neither of us have. Well, I don't have my audio on, and I can't hear Coach DaCosta. So what can you hear?
I hear everyone.
It's my brain. I'm sorry, Mr. Beckford. I thought you said we can hear the audio, but you said can we ever score here? I'm so sorry. Look, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry about that, okay? I mean, Coach, we're 72 minutes on the clock. Where is this equalizer going to come from?
It's going to come from a long ball because we're not able to break down their defense. But the thing is, the danger with that is if the Guatemala catches on the counter, it could be 2-0. But Jamaica is too big and strong up top.
Yeah.
We should be able to see this. Cephas right there in the last play by Cephas, trying to do everything himself. If he lays that ball back, turns and run, they can't run with him. He has too much space. Then a little ball over the top. And he's in. He wants to do what he get in behind the defense. No one trusts each other in this team. The trust factor is like so low. So we're into the 73rd minute, approaching the 74th minute. Still 1-0. Guatemala over Jamaica. Lambakisa with some dribbling. He's turned over. Here comes the Guatemala on their counterattack. Guatemala. in possession. Looking to switch the point of attack. The number 10 shirt. And it's a big, long switch, wide open on the wing. And a missed control in Jamaica. That's good for Jamaica because he was open. But not out of danger yet. Here's Guatemala. And oh, he went through the legs. Oh, we got man, boss this salad. Oh, you make the man do that. You see that? You saw that, Crystal?
I just took my eyes off the game very briefly.
He passed the ball through the legs of the Jamaican defender. Look at Pinnock. Shoops, Pinnock, whoops, and shoops.
Something that we actually touched on earlier on, Coach. Young Kings Entertainment says too much individual play, which we obviously touched on in the build up to the game, didn't we?
Man, we have to have a team concept. We cannot continue this way. It's just, and when I point this out to people after the victory last week, 3-0, they said, "Oh, I'm being negative. I'm this and that." No, it's the reality. And you know, I'm Crystal. Sometimes I have to understand that it's not their fault. They just don't know the game at that high enough a level. The football IQ has to be able to understand that what Jamaica was winning with the last two matches, BVI and Guatemala. Oh wow! Oh
yeah, I think we all read the game differently. I mean, with yourself, you probably look at it, well, not probably, you look at it from a coaching perspective, don't you? So naturally, we're going to be seeing two different games, even though we're watching the same match.
yes,
right?
back post is wide open, but pass goes begging a little. Yeah, you can go into a doctor's office, right? Or a doctor can you come in and doctor can look at you and see blotches on your skin a little yellow, and I say, "Oh, you have liver problems." And a regular person won't be able to identify those things, right? Because he's not an expert in that.
They're not trained in that
They're not
field.
trained, and they don't have the times and the hours and the thousands of games, and to be able
Also
to.
experience, because if you don't know what liver spot looks like, you're not going to be able to pinpoint that and say, look,
Yes.
that is.
And there goes Cephas. That's all Cephas wants to get the ball, turn and burn, turn and go at defenses. And he has to become more sophisticated.
Be disrespectful, Coach, but this is a bit of an eyesore, literally, for myself. It's a painful watch. Maybe it's because of the time. It's almost 5 a.m. But it's definitely a painful watch.
It is. It's not football. It's not good football.
Look, it's not. It's piss poor. It's on the floor.
All individual.
The goalkeeper, Oscar Santos, has been substituted off inside 76 minutes. Guatemala still out in front. They scored in the first 45 in the first half, 32 minutes to be exact.
Look at that. They're using all their substitutes. They got fresh legs on at different intervals. Bailey unable to control that one. And the ball belongs to Guatemala. If you're Jamaica, what you don't want to do is stop the ball. Guatemala they're gonna hold the ball. Once you come and hit them, put your hands on their shoulder, and they're gonna go down, and they're gonna stop the game and milk 30 seconds here, a minute here.
Yeah.
To lessen this match. And you just don't want to do that. You want the ball moving. Force them to play a long ball, 50-50 balls, and then you intercept it and attack them right away.
Yeah.
See, does Jamaica have the legs to press right here? Let's see. Here they come. Jamaica has it. So you see, you want to force the goalkeeper to go long, but you want to win this ball. Okay, there you go. And let's attack him right now. Go on, Leon. Leon, 1, 2, oh, inside of the foot. You see to the outside of the foot, trying to make that pass to Casey Palmer, who is available. It's Palmer.
So it's very painful to watch.
It is because it's not good football. And I tried to warn these people last week. I said, I don't know what game you're watching. Jamaica did not look. They won 3-0 because they just bulled over them. Remember a little tip at the first post. I mean, we had a quality goal, and then okay, here's one in the area for Jamaica, chance, and then the keeper, of course, picks it up at the end to dissipate the threat. Now looking to go long. Oh, nope, he's going to throw it out there. big risk now by Guatemala on the ground, trying to come out. Oh, here's a long ball. I kind of, she's normally Crystal did this part of the match. Everything is long out your defense because any mistake will lead to you want the team to penetrate your entire defense and score a goal. You don't want to help them by playing small ball in the back and turning the ball over. Watch again.
Yeah.
Will Jamaica has the patience or will they go long ball? Here's
Very
Bell
watch,
and
coach.
Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey able to turn. Leon Bailey. No call from the official and Guatemala looking to counterattack. Jamaica now. Working hard. You gotta say the boys are working hard though. They're putting the pressure on them. But sometimes better to work smart than hard. It's better to work smart and hard, but
That's what I was saying to you, coach, about simplicity works best. Sometimes it's
yes.
just simple, don't overcomplicate things.
I remember some of my British coaches earlier. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. All simple. It was the first route I did.
Works best sometimes. Sometimes even when I'm putting
Yes.
together, I have to bear in mind, like, just keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate stuff. Just simplicity sometimes works best. I think Mr. Ballin is trying to get on, but says that he's having some difficulties. So let me drop that in the comment section again for him. You're using a VPN, Mr. Ballin. That might be the reason why you're encountering some issues there. I had to turn my VPN off because I was getting some studio issues earlier on. I think I'm showing much clearer on the screen compared to some moments ago.
I just gotta say this is very disappointing already. Is a substitution coming on? It look like two substitutions are getting ready. Crystal, can you see them? One does look like Dixon.
Coach, I'm almost mentally checked out now, because what I'm seeing is just not worth my time. It
Imagine
really
this stay up Saliet Crystal for this.
This is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. It's what, one nil down inside 80 minutes. What time is it? Almost 5 a.m. It's not good football at all.
All right, we got 9 minutes plus stoppage to get the equalizer. Reggae Boys have been applying the pressure. Here's Bell.
Mr. Ballin said we need to drop Merron Gordon from the Jamaica team. I am almost sure it is down to him who convinced the coach should put Damien Lowe in midfield and put us on the back from start of the game.
Listen, I've told you when I watched the
name Slipback. So is Antonio coming on? A pimp named Slipback say where Antonio go. So is he coming on, guys?
I see two guys at the thing there. I don't know. Yes, it is Antonio. So it looks like it's Dixon and Antonio.
Whoa,
who are they coming on for?
If he
It's
finds
Leon Bailey in the center of the court. Leon Bailey now trying to find his forward, and what a great chance for Jamaica. But Russell unable to get on the end of Leon Bailey's wonderful ball.
Leon
Bailey now, look at the nice little flick from that magical left foot. And then, see, one of the things I coach my players, Russell right there, your mindset has to be he's going to miss the ball. It's going to fall perfect for me. I'm going to put him back in net. He's looking at the ball coming. He's thinking the defender's going to get it. The defender missed it, but he wasn't ready to put it back in net. So your thought process has to be he's going to miss the ball. I'm ready to kick it in the back of the net. And, okay, let's see who's coming out now. Here comes Mikel Antonio. Back from car crash, even.
Thank God, what a miraculous recovery there from Mikel Antonio. I think I speak for all of us that we're delighted that he's back. I don't like to talk about certain things, especially as it relates to certain incidents, because it can be quite traumatizing for some, and I don't want to trigger no one's emotions. But yes, great that he survived that horrific crash.
Yeah. But the thing about what I was trying to explain to people after the 3-0 victory, I said it's fool's goal. That is, we didn't see Jamaica build and tear and possess the ball and just take apart the defense and put finish goals in. You know, we scored goals on crosses and things, and Brown at one post, and we had some good goals, and the header by Russell and things like that. You understand? Leon Bailey, nice cross and things like that, which is a really good goal. You know, and Brown was a very a hustle goal, I call it. He just hustle, beat the guy to that first post to kick in there. So what you're seeing is not. And then of course the other one was Leon Bailey's missed penalty, right? What am I missing here? No, Leon Bailey had a missed penalty that Brown kicked in, right? That was the third goal, right? Crystal.
Yes.
So Jamaica scored. That's how Jamaica scored their goal. See, what you want to see is your team breaking the team down consistently and getting chance after chance. And you broke down the defense. Wow, we're in the 84th minute, 6 minutes plus stoppage to go.
Dixon received some coaching instructions there before they come on. Michael Antonio might just come and find the equalizer.
Well, he has a big body and he can just get in there because Jamaica's going to start going long ball, long ball, long ball. And that's what you're a big body like Antonio. Look at Antonio's legs, like twice as big as all the rest of them guys. Who's that? Who's that holding himself? Is that Damien Lowe? Look, I can pick up a groin injury.
Yeah.
Antonio, big smarty. How you mean?
He might. Sorry, say that again.
In my big smarty. Just Jamaican for big somebody.
Yeah.
Big.
Yeah. I understand you quite clearly. I'm saying that he might actually come on and score the equalizer.
Yeah, he's physically imposing, and we need to look for him. And he's a cleanup artist, you know. He'll scavenge. But Jamaica has to watch it not to be susceptible to look at the press by the Jamaicans. Now this is where you need to win the ball. Here you go, win the ball, now attack. There you go. Antonio, it looked like he tried to turn that way, but you know, once again, all individual effort. All individual effort. So this is his first match since December 3rd. That's a long layoff, Crystal.
I'm just thinking what I'm going to have for breakfast because this is just not worth my time, is it? It's not been worth my time.
Daniels and mash. Danger for Jamaica. Oh, it's going to be a PK. Jamaica has gotten away with one because he put his arm around his chest and the attacker went down, the number 20 shirt for Guatemala. I thought the referee's going to call a PK, but he didn't. That would have been matched, but now we're in the 87th minute. Time's running for Jamaica, and like I told you, they're going to go to long ball. Long ball. Here's a square. Bailey with his right foot, unable to find the target. Don't foul. See, he has to learn how to defend without fouling. And Jamaica now, what pressure by the Jamaicans. Looking for that equalizer. Bell pops it up in the air. He didn't do anything. He didn't pull him. He just put his hands around him. But that's what I told. Don't be so handsy when defending. Pin up with a long throw. It's Bailey. Bailey's kicked down. No call from the official. And a clearance from Guatemala. Jamaica now. Bailey, Leon, Cephas. Cephas looking to shoot, and it's blocked. Jamaica now with pressure. Can Jamaica find the equalizer? Here's Pinnock. To Bell, who now finds Lottie Bader. It's Jamaica now. They're going to have to go long over the top, but it's the second ball, Crystal. When they go over the top, it's that second ball. Are they winning the second ball? And a turnover. Ball did not go over the touchline, and it's play on, says the referee. There's Jamaica now. Lottie Bader on the wing. There's Antonio. Can Antonio, look at that, able to absorb that tackle. Look at Antonio, determined to get this square off. And he gets knocked over, no call from the official. And then there's a foul call. Finally, the whistle blows, and it's a free kick for Jamaica in the 89th minute. Crystal, so important for Jamaica. This free kick has to be taken accurately to give Jamaica a chance. Here it is, swinger, and the keeper punches it out. Here's Dixon. Why is Casey Palmer walking out? See, I don't like that. Take it seriously. Another corner earned by Jamaica. Jamaica has to hustle right now. All hands on deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see Blakey come forward. See, that ball has to be along the 6-yard box and has to be whipped in. Does Palmer have something for Jamaica? Here's it. First post, and poor quality. You just have to focus and execute. You cannot let this down. We're now into the 90th minute. Let's see how much added time is that for Jamaica. How much time do the Jamaicans have to equalize it? Here's a long ball, trying to switch it to the left side. And once again, you cannot be so clumsy. Now he's going to milk the clock for a while. Why come and touch the man at all, Dixon? Why would you run up and touch him at all? I want to see the replay on this, Crystal, because you're going to see what I'm talking about. You got to learn how to defend closely without fouling. As soon as you touch the man, he's going to call for. Watch it. He flicks it, right? And then he comes up, and the man is waiting for you. Don't touch him. Don't put your hand in his back. Don't do nothing. He's just waiting for you. The slightest touching is going to go down. The referee's going to give it to him. Five minutes. A lot more than I thought, Crystal. But Jamaicans have 5 minutes. We have our lifeline. 5 minutes. We're into the now 4 minutes. We have a lifeline. 5 minutes. See, there's no ideas to break this defense down. Where's the ideas? It's all long ball. They're going to go right back to the long ball.
Jeez, I can't.
Here's Casey Palmer. Palmer now, dribbling. Jamaica, Antonio. Here's Bailey. Bailey tried to pass, is blocked. And it's a throw in for Jamaica. We're into the 92nd minute. The clock is ticking for the Jamaican side. How much can they produce equalizer? Here's Bailey looking to get it in there. Dixon! For a moment there, I thought the young lad would have an opportunity to get a shot on goal. Tick, 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 tick. Time is running out on Jamaica with 3 minutes. Can they break this team down, or do they have to go to the long ball? Here it is. Get the square in. I think they need to just start squaring into the box. There it is. Chip to the box. Dixon unable to bring it down, but Leon Bailey ends up with it. Here's the cross in the middle. Back post. And Jamaica's best chance to score. And it's Ethan Pinnock who stayed up top. Oh, my goodness. The Jamaicans have inverted. Their center back is up. Look at this. Look at Pinnock at the back post. Just unable to get it down. Not it down, Ethan. And look at the keeper. Keeper goes down and they're going to milk it. An injury. We're in the 93rd minute. Jamaicans have 2 minutes left to go. The amount of pressure they're applying is admirable, but Long ball. You have to get possession as Jamaica. You have to get possession. Drop it and switch it. No, he just gives it away. Oh, jeez. Just terrible decision making. Oh, nice work. Cutting out Latte Badea, but that's only temporary. Here come Guatemala looking for a shot. Who kept them on side? Jamaica needs to counter right now. Give the ball in the middle. Stop dribbling so much. And it's a foul against Michael Antonio. All he has to do is let the ball go into the middle. Instead, he's holding on to over dribbling. I want you to watch this replay, Crystal. And Michael Antonio just over dribbles and then grabs the guy. I mean, look at this here. Look at this now. He's onside. Who's that right there keeping him onside? Look like Latte Badea kept everybody onside. This, coaches with a ridiculous lineup to start, and then no adjustment to a team you played last week. Let's play a little differently, fellas. Let's do something different. None of that. Into the final minute now, Crystal, and watch Guatemala milk this. This ball should go in the corner. Watch them go in the corner with this ball. They're going to go in the corner. Oh, nope, they're attacking, which is not a smart thing. Jamaica needs to win this. Oh, get the ball.
This one's large. This one's medium.
Jamaica has an opportunity. Miguel Antonio is still pushing. He's such a brute.
And next color is
I don't understand Guatemala. I'll go in the corner and kill this clock off. Get a foul, get some corner kicks, whatever. Now they give Jamaica a lifeline. This has to be long. Everybody up, everybody up, everybody up, everybody up. Second ball, get many people forward as possible and launch it. Here it comes. Bell now. Try to go to the wing. Knot it down to your teammate. And the game is over. And a shocker, Guatemala 1, Jamaica 0. Crystal, very disappointing performance from the Reggae Boyz.
Oh, wow. I'm just trying to process what we've just seen. Just go ahead and save some stuff on my screen.
You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray by Guatemala.
You think they hoodwinked us?
Yes, they did. They came in with a different game plan. We came with the same plan, which is no plan.
Yeah.
It's a perfect 2 weeks to get the thing right, Coach McLaren or Coach Marin, whoever is coaching this team.
The 1-0 defeat. Didn't see that one coming, but they finally it doesn't happen very often when these two teams face off against each other. But as I said at the start of the show with Coach DaCosta, streaks and records are there to be broken, and this would have been our 20th match against Guatemala. We would have beaten them 12 times. They came into this match only having beaten us 3 times, so now they're beating us 4 times with 4 draws in the locker there. And
more importantly, Crystal, in Gold Cup competition, they were 0-5 against Jamaica.
I can't.
Zero draws, zero wins, but 5 losses for Guatemala entering today. This is the first time they beat us in the Gold Cup.
It's been some, narrow scorelines between the both of us, especially where Gold Cup is concerned. I mean, the last time we played in a Gold Cup against each other was that 2020-23, and we defeated them 1-0. And before that, it was a game back in 2011 where we defeated them 2-0. So it hasn't always been a
Crystal, I must say this is so
us beating
disappointing.
them by some distance. As I said, this is the 20th time we've played against them. They've beaten us on this occasion, and I can't begrudge them. I think it's a justified result based on what we saw, a shadow of ourselves in comparison to how we played against Guatemala. Yes, it's a different lineup, but as Coach said there, they played full to catch wise, and they definitely caught us lacking.
Yes, I agree 100%. And I just remember last week, everybody beating me over on Ryan's stream. When I say it's fool's gold, what are we celebrating? Beating our chest from beating Guatemala and BVI. And I told him, has the team grown? Is the team getting better? How many combinations see Damari Gray and Cephas do? None. How many see Russell and Leon Bailey? None. I mean, we weren't playing good football. And it's like they couldn't see that. You know, and the team that they said they were missing 7 starters.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Very, very disappointing.
I'm definitely disappointed, especially because I stayed up so late, hoping to see us do something, hoping to see us kickstart the 2025 Gold Cup campaign in a positive step, on a positive note. But this is far from positive. This is not what we bargained for. But like I said, I can't take nothing away from Guatemala. I think they are deserved winners. I'm not sure if you agree with me saying that, coach, but I can't take nothing away from their overall performance.
They outplayed us. And they had a plan. We don't have a plan. Our plan is get the ball to our feet, put our head down, dribble, dribble, dribble. When did you see us knock the ball and combine and set each other up and work for each other? Tell me the instance, Crystal. When did you see that?
Coach, I didn't even
Few
know
and
who was
far
playing.
between. It's few and far
And it's
between.
not to the players, but even when you was asking me about a couple of those players there, I didn't even know they were on the pitch.
Yeah.
I did not even know who was on the pitch, aside from me taking the time out to look at the starting 11 per se. I didn't know if he was on the pitch.
I mean, I just want McLaren to come up with a lineup, set up with a lineup, and get these players to learn each other and start to familiarize them with a system of play. I want you to do the English system, where English team plays, the way they play for their club teams in England. That's what your main one. Liam Bailey playing that system, Aston Villa. Is that right or not?
Coach, I can't even think right now. I
Okay,
can't even
look. It's too late to try to come up with a Jamaican system of play. So majority of players are familiar with playing in England in English style, right?
I think you're just breaking up. Is it me or is it coach? I am having some technical issues my end throughout the stream, guys. So I can't tell. Can you guys see coach? Is it me again? I've had a few technical issues my end tonight. So let me know if you guys can see coach, or if it's me, maybe I need to come out of the studio and come back in. Had a couple studio issue. I think coach might have another phone call, it seems. I'm not really sure what to say, guys. I am definitely bitterly disappointed by that. It's gone past 5 a.m. It's literally bright outside, sunrise. It's not what I bargained for. I can't lie to you. Definitely not what I bargained for. Not happy by no stretch of the imagination. Disappointed. Definitely disappointed. I do want to remind you guys here, as it relates to the competition itself, for the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup. Obviously, we saw that it began about, I think it was last night that it got underway. 4 groups of 4 teams after round robin play between the 14th to the 24th of June. The 4 group winners and runners-up, 8 teams in total, will advance to the knockout stage. Not looking good for us at the moment. We are in Group C. And aside from Guatemala, we also have to play Panama and Guadeloupe. And we know Panama, no pushovers. I don't think many would argue and say that Panama are a better team than us. I do think they're a better team than us. Some actually are silly enough to think that we have a better team than Panama, but we have a pending fixture against Panama and Guadeloupe. But this is a far from convincing performance, especially with what could happen later on in the competition if we manage to progress to the knockout rounds. Not good. Can you think of any positives there, coach, from what you saw?
Positives?
Yeah.
Wow, it's hard. It's hard to say of any positive because once again, the Jamaica has no plan. From you understand, if I saw a plan that could be identified, how they move the ball, how they plan to
Mm.
attack this Guatemalan team. The coaches have studied film on Guatemala, said this is how they play, this is what we're going to do to counter them. I see none of that. It's just put our ballers out there and play. You know, so I just don't know. I just don't know. I cannot. You know, I can't contemplate the fact that this is supposed to be a well coached team because it's not.
No, it's not. It's far from.
Far from. You see the errors, the mistakes, the things, the lack of organization, the lack of where you can see. You saw when Guatemala had the ball, they had a clear plan, and their little tiki-taka style, how they were able to break down the defense and keep the ball. That should be Jamaica too. We should be able to go to that.
Do you think issue
Lord have
because
mercy.
do you think it's a coaching issue as well as players on
It's
tonight's
both.
occasion
Yes,
take accountability in their own hands?
it's both. The coach is not strong enough, and the players do what they want to do. Leon Bailey, Cephas, Mara Gray, they do what they want to do, and it has to stop. You have
How
to.
do you stop that though? How do you stop that?
Well, it's done on the training pitch and in the film session. When you show them this nonsense here and say, listen, this is what we want to do with the ball when we have the ball. The ball comes to the left back, Bell. Bell, I want you to play it into Demare Gray or another midfielder, and then Cephas come knock kick, and then we combination and try to beat the team with the ball doing the work with 1 and 2 touches. The ball doing the work. Right now, all we do is give it to the Gray, Cephas, and Leon Bailey, and they turn and dribble everybody. That's not a plan. That's a 12-year-old for 9 and 10-year-olds. That
Was
works
a
when you're better than everybody else, faster and stronger. And things. It doesn't work against an organized team. They surround you and take the ball.
That was a difficult. See, I'm taking a close eye on what you guys are saying there in the comment section. You can see your comments on the screen in front of you. A matter of fact, Mr. Beckford says we can't beat Panama, so kiss the Gold Cup goodbye. I'm not going to change my words, even if we miraculously made it through.
You know, the thing about it, the reason why I was so against everybody celebrating last week, right? I said we have to keep the pressure on them to make changes and to continue to improve. The more we start celebrating, beat our chest or beat Guatemala 3-0 last week, where the Jamaican them, they'll think, oh, job's done, but it's for sure. No. Now is the time to get to work. Roll up our sleeves, come up with a plan, and then execute the game plan. First of all, it starts off with a proper lineup and stop forcing players out of position and forcing them to play with you have defenders and center back. It's 5 center backs to man, 5 on the field, 5 defenders on the field.
Defensive.
Remember, you have 10, right? So 5 of them is. I'm a defensive player. Let's go. Okay. Pinnock, Lowe, King, Latibodaire, Bell. All those are defenders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You had 5 defenders. You start 5 defenders. In the midfield.
Do you think I'm trying to scapegoat anyone, but in terms of being heavy on defense and trying to lessen it to make us a bit more balanced in attack, is it safe to say that you might want to at some point? Because to me, again, I'm not trying to scapegoat no one, but it's almost as if he's trying to always find a way to play low. Or is that just me over-analyzing things, over-observing things?
This is the problem I have with a weak coach, and I'm going to say it right now. You have to make a decision. Demare Gray or Cephas. Lowe can't go in the midfield. You should have, when you named this team, you should have named midfielders. You understand? Instead, you went and all these attacking players. You want to count the attacking players? Cephas, Gray, Brown, Bailey, Russell, Burrell, Dixon. You want me to go on? You understand that?
Yeah.
Where's the midfield? See, okay, what happens is, you're too young to understand. I don't know. No, I shouldn't say that because you might. You're such a brilliant person. You might not. When my day, right, the talent was in the CDM. Cam, the central attacking midfielder. That was your superstar of your team, right there in the middle, the midfield general, and I like to call it. Over the last
I think
20 years,
any generation is common sense. Your midfield
no.
is your
Well, there's a
it
switch
doesn't
happen.
it doesn't really matter which area you're looking at it.
Yeah,
Your midfield is your engine.
it is, but the switch happened over the last 20 years, where the talent went from the center of the midfield to the wings. Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar, Mbappe, everybody on the wing now.
I'm relating it to our issue right now because the issue that a lot of people are saying is that
Yes.
we don't have a midfield presence. So that's what
But
I'm saying.
who's
Irrespective
it?
of your generation, you can't play the game without having presence in midfield, is basically what I'm
Yes,
saying.
but that's what I'm saying. Look at all the talent list. Look at the young one from Spain, Yamal, right?
In that regard.
He's on the wing. Normally, that player in my era would have been in the middle. You want him in the middle, controlling everything. But now everything is on the wing. Chris, can you see that?
Yeah,
All your talent is on the wing.
Mm.
Nobody's controlling that midfield anymore. Spain, Brazil has fallen off because that's what they do now. And everybody say, what happened to Brazil? Normally, they would control that middle offensively and defensively. You couldn't get nothing upon them. Kind of control it. No, everybody on the wing.
I understand what you're saying, like in modern football, but I don't even think we can look elsewhere and compare ourselves with the likes of your Spain or Brazil or even England, because we are not comparable to those guys, and we have so many different issues where we have a lot of flaws within our team. There's plenty of work there to be done, be it the front three, the attackers there that you spoke of, Cephas as well as Leon Bailey. But again, we have been talking about midfield issue for maybe the last 3 World Cup cycles, and that's an area that has yet to be solved.
Let me tell you something. We've got this coaching thing wrong. How many cycles now? Halgrimson, defense, and counter-attack. Jamaica has to be moving forward, building on their game each and every week with a familiar team that knows how to possess the ball, how to break down the midfield, how to break lines. All you want to do is break lines, Crystal. The forwards that are pressing you, your back four can break them. Then you go to the midfield, then you break the midfield line, then you go up to the forward and the wingers, and you break that line and get a shot on goal and things like that. The game is easy. We make it hard by doing too much. When we have selfish players like Jamaica has, they come here and they put their head in, they want to dribble, they want to score so many goals, but the other team recognizes that and doubles and triple teams them. Cephas, Gray, Bailey, especially. Dribble ball stoppers. Ball get to them, the ball stop. You see how unselfish Guatemala was, setting each other up? They had a game plan, man, and they executed it. We don't plan. It's embarrassing, man.
The game is as easy as you make it, isn't it? The game is easy or easier if once you have the right component.
You said it's simple. You said it earlier. Keep it simple.
Simplicity is the best. That's one of the finest lessons I've ever been taught. Simplicity is the best. Sometimes just keep it simple. That's it. Just keep it simple, especially when you're talking about and it's so funny. I'm looking back at when we defeated Guatemala and obviously BVI 1-0, and a couple of the fans were downbeat by the scoreline, and a couple of the players came out and they were like, well, it's job done, and etc because the scoreline doesn't matter. The point of the game is that, or the biggest talking point is that we got the job done. Well, what's tonight's biggest talking point? Because you didn't get the job done.
Yeah.
You lost 1-0.
You said it, Crystal. What is the positives out of this match? Can you tell me any positives of this match, Crystal?
The positives is not the whistle. That's the positive.
I still, I used to referee too, so when that ball came in, the goal that scored, that guy was in the offside. He turned and got into the play. That should have been offside. He's not allowed. Once you're in the offside position, you're dead. You cannot engage in the play. And he did. The referees missed that. VAR missed that. And I want to see a replay on that so I can be positive about it. But you know what? Once again, we didn't pick up the starting lineup was not well. They're not coach. What are you doing over these? You have them captive for the next 2 1 whatever. If you go 3 weeks, if you make it to the next round and thing, you understand it? Work on the game. Work on it. We should see it each match. You have 3 matches, right? And each match is supposed to progress. We can beat Panama. We have to see once again, Crystal. We have the most important thing. We have the ingredients. We have the players that, if they organize properly, can beat Panama, can beat USA, can beat Mexico, any of them in Concacaf.
I'll say mildly, because when I'm talking about the ingredients, I extend that to off the field of play as well. So I include my backroom staff and my coach, because it all starts with them, doesn't it? And
Well,
it filters
start
into
with
the team.
JFF, doesn't it? Starts with JFF, doesn't it?
It starts with everyone off the field of play, the team. It starts with the team
Yeah.
off the field of play. That includes your administration as well as your coaching staff.
I've
But
often
in
said,
conversation, and unless you're trying to say that you want him fired, but in terms of this conversation, it starts with the coach and the coaching staff. Unless you're looking to go above that and say, get rid of the coach.
now, listen, once again, it starts with you selecting coaches. And JFF have selected, who are the last 3 coaches JFF have collected? McLaren, Halgrimson, and who's that for? Tappa?
Paul Hall.
Paul Hall, interim basis.
Yeah.
And then before that, Tappa and things like that. That's, I like Paul Hall. I have to say, I would have liked to see Paul Hall keep the job. Because at least he had a system he was getting into play. You have to have a coach that can stand up to Leon Bailey, to the Demarai Gray, and the Cephas and make them play the way. These are players that are like children these big superstar play them. It's like children. You have to stay on top of them. And you have to make them play football the way you as a coach envisions it. Right now, they're going to do whatever they want to do. There's no plan. I don't see it.
I can't see it myself. Big up yourself there, Sir Rich. You're up bright and early, 5:21 a.m. for Sir Rich. Richbo Sports. Do make sure you subscribe to Richbo Sports. See you guys there talking in the comment section. DC says to me, the positive is that McLaren won't be able to grin and skin up him teeth in a press conference. He may have to account for this performance. Yeah, definitely have to be held accountable. Again, I'm not trying to scapegoat no one, but it does seem as if he's just trying to make a way for certain players to play in the team, even when it's just quite clear that you're a bit of a dead weight, you're not needed for certain matches. It just seems like you're making an excuses to squeeze them in. And sometimes that comes up with them out of position.
Right on, Crystal. Why are you forcing? I told you, Coach McLaren, catch up to your courage. You want Cephas or you want the Gray on the left side? Then you're on the right side. If it's Bailey going with, fine. In the middle, who are you going with, sir? Pick 2 midfielders that are experienced midfielders. Forward, who are you going with? I don't mind you going with Brown, whoever. Brown, Burrell, whoever. You understand that?
Yeah.
But this buck-ups that they go on with and this hodgepodge and just, and then find 4 defenders. If it's Ethan Pinnock, say it's the new kid King, and then whoever the right back is, whether it's Lembakisa or Latabadir or Bell or Lee on the left, and you go with your starters and you work them this whole tournament so they can learn each other, and then you start to learn how to matriculate the ball through from the defense to the midfield to the forward line, and they learn to work each other. I actually, before this match, right, the last match against Guatemala, did you see the combination play between Cephas and Gray? No. Did you see the combination play between Russell and Bailey? No. Did you see? It's just not there. We don't know how to play modern football. We Jamaicans do not know how to play modern football. I watched Guadeloupe today, all right? Panama. But afterward, the game settled on, Guadeloupe took it to Panama, It was a 4-2. But imagine Guadeloupe beat us. Huh? I don't think McLaren coming back to Jamaica. He's taking a flight right to England.
Anything can happen. Jermaine Blake, pick up yourself. Jermaine says maybe it's the best. Maybe it's best the team lose so the manager come under pressure. A win would paper over the cracks. Some serious questions need to be asked in the press conference. Why was midfield selection so light? And midfield is always going to be an issue. I think we need to really have some urgency tending to the midfield. We could use, if you address the midfield, then you potentially put yourself in a better position where you can unlock the game. And that's what we needed today. We needed someone to unlock the game. It wasn't going to come from our wide players. We're at our depth. We had no one to just unlock that game and grab the game by the back of the net.
You're right, Crystal. Why not just play Ravel? I mean, I know he's not eligible for this tournament, but you should have chosen him. You have a midfield problem, right? And instead of bringing the players that can solve your midfield problem, you left them off this roster. And then now you have to play Damian Lowe and Richard King and all kind of people in the midfield.
But coach, that's why I said to you earlier on, from a coaching's perspective, what does he mean by paraphrasing in his press conference, talking about you're calling up players based off, let me go back and look at the exact word that he said. He didn't say merit. He used another term. He said based on credit. What do you mean by that?
Yes.
Like, that's subjective. Like, what does that mean? Rich Post Sports says, to what degree are some overreacting? A loss is disappointing, but Guatemala were beaten 3-0 by Reggae Boyz days ago. Bounce back ability time. It wasn't a drubbing. Oh God. Well, for context, this is a different Guatemala team. They've had multiple changes, almost a completely different starting 11. So going into the game should have favored us, unless it was a case of sitting duck. We were basically treated like sitting duck some days ago. They sat back, watched what our game plan was, and used it against us. That's how it seemed. So it just came back to bite us in the ass, really and truly. Outsmarted us.
The same game plan, because we were overconfident. We, like you said, play for catch wise, whatever you said, play full for catch wise, whatever. That's what Guatemala did. But I said it pregame. Remember I said it pregame? You're going to come out here with the same thing, and Guatemala have something for you. 7 new starters, 7 new players, that played today, that didn't play in the first one. The subs that came on.
I need to go and double check that one for you. But they made multiple changes there.
Yes,
it's almost
they were ready.
Different starting 11, right?
Braziliano, you come over from Ryan PH. Listen, I get you some for yours. Hey, Braziliano, big up yourself. Braziliano is like one of my best people over Ryan PH now. We're trying to teach some of them to come over here to Tallawah TV. Tell them come over here, Braziliano. Tell them come over here for proper analysts. Coach Acosta, words come to pass.
Ryan always shows me a lot of love, So
yeah, no, we love Ryan. But Ryan have too much scoundrel in him sometimes. I'm like a scoundrel.
Sorry, say it again.
Ryan can be a scoundrel. You know what a scoundrel is?
What's that? What does that mean?
Oh Lord, that's a person that's mischievous and just sometimes like okay, the other night, right? He had 2 of his former coaches on, right? Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, he had 2 of his former Coach Brown and another coach from his, and nobody asked them about them coaching record, coaching certificate, and how many trophies they won. But when I go on there, 3 years now I'm on Ryan's show, and those questions have been asked and answered, right? And it still make the man them just batter me, but he wouldn't allow his coaches to be treated that way. So Ryan knows when I'm on his show, he gets his highest ratings. Do you know that, right?
Really?
Yeah. Oh, it's not even close. When Coach Acosta's on there, because listen,
I think he gets a high rating regardless, with the
he gets a high rating, but his highest rating have been when I'm on there warring with people in the comment section. And I didn't know that at first.
He's got about 1,000 people watching him right now.
Yeah. Let me see. Where is he? But no, look, Brazilian, tell them, go in Ryan chat section and tell them come over to Tallawah TV. They want to hear No, man, Ryan can't spare the damn thing, man.
What I do is if there's any issues, I want you to reach out to him and discuss that with him. Okay?
No, man, Ryan, my friend, but when he do bad, like 2 months ago, he set me up with another one, what I'm friend them. Every time and I knew one of them friend, I saw, him come set them up and then they attack me and him going like him don't know what's going on.
It's a setup, though, coach.
What?
How do you know it's a setup?
Oh, because Ryan, well, certain people want to ask me certain questions, and I've told Ryan I'm done answering those questions because they've been asked and answered 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago.
But you okay, you understand that when we are as co-hosts, say for example, I bring someone onto the channel now. I have no control over what you're going to say or what the other person's about to say, right? I just don't know. I can hear someone make a comment and maybe
Oh,
piggyback
okay.
on it
Well,
and onto it. But
okay.
I can't predict what
I
people are going to
understand.
say to the program,
Okay.
you know?
As the moderator, you are in charge of the show, and you can control the direction where your show goes, right? You can be in control of your show, and it goes to a nice discussion of football where everybody adds to it and we learn something. Or you can have people throwing buckles at personal insults. When they can't match me with the football wits, what they do, they turn personal and start saying things to rile me up. And Ryan, I tell Ryan, you have to control your crowd. You can't do that, you know. And so the difference is Ryan encourages it. I've been told.
But who I don't want to know who told you that, but could it be a case of whoever told you that is trying to create a rift between the both of you? Because people do
No,
that.
well, it happened 2 months ago. Yeah, this one I'm friend him. It's always when his friends come on with him, right? And they start to come after me. And when they can't match me with the football, right? Especially like when I predicted certain things that's going to happen, they attack me personally and say nasty,
I
horrible
well,
things about me. And I don't care. I
well,
don't mind. I'm a big person. I don't mind. But I have 3 kids. I mean, I cannot have them saying nasty things about me. And my kids sometimes watch. And
okay, well,
I'm right here next to me.
you're much older than myself and
Mhm.
Ryan, and that's not to be disrespectful. But I will say this, that he does say a lot of pleasant things about you. I've never had a conversation where he said something nasty about you. Never ever. Never ever. It's always been something positive. So that's why I'm saying to you, whoever has come to you and said XYZ, in my opinion, take it with a pinch of salt. Because sometimes when people see that you have something good going on, they'll try to come between that.
And it is something good. Over these last 2.5 years here, Ryan has changed Jamaican football. JFF with the pressure he puts on there.
Here is what I think is a good idea, coach. And again, you're my senior, so I can only give you advice. You don't have to listen to me. Greatest bit of respect to yourself. But I think you should reach out to him and speak about whatever the issue is, because you know more than myself. When you have a good friendship with someone, you got to keep that friend close, because there's a lot
Okay,
of nasty
Crystal,
people
okay.
out
Crystal, look in your
there.
comment section, right? Brazildinho. Ryan was extending the olive branch to Coach DaCosta earlier. Crystal, if you hear something, I mean, he said, Crystal, Ryan was wrong. He apologized to Costa still. DaCosta, he apologized tonight. You understand that? Ryan knew what he did. He had his friend, his childhood friend there, and his childhood friend was very disrespectful.
Okay, but don't you think that's an issue that you should take up with his childhood friend? Again,
Well,
Brasilina, Mr. Brasilina, he's
no.
saying that Ryan apologized. So can you not just say,
Yes,
okay,
okay. Okay. Ryan is control. Ryan is the moderator. He has to be in control of the thing. You cannot bring people on to insult me. I will not stay there. I told him this already. I'm not going to sit here and get insulted by somebody who doesn't have the same football IQ I have and coach so many games if I have the understanding I have. Why am I going down in the mud with them? With them. You understand? I'm so Ryan, I'm not doing that. You cannot sit there and have your person, whomever it is, say disparaging things. It's not like I said, oh, well, Ethan Pinnock should start a center back and it's a football discussion.
but did both of those gentlemen apologize, Portugal? And I'm not taking side. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes,
Did
but
I apologize?
he apologized 2 months ago when he did it again. He apologized then, and now this happened last week, and he apologized again, and it keeps happening. I told Ryan, I don't want it to keep happening. I want to be someplace to discuss football and to cheer on the reggae boys and reggae girls. I don't want to be somebody throwing buckle at me and calling me all kind of name and thing. You understand? You see the disrespect, the Batman and this and that, and this and the coach Fraudiola and this and all kind of just recklessness in there. And me can't come to Jamaica, make a slap up the customer when I see him, and Ryan don't deal with none of these people.
All right. So okay.
Oh, okay. Now you know what I was going through. I try to ignore. You said,
No.
Ryan, sorry, I
I'm
must
just
ignore
trying
the
to.
comment section. I must ignore that.
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, especially pertaining to the explicit language. All I can do, although it didn't happen on my platform, I can only apologize for the explicit language. But I have been on his channel where they have used a homophobic slur towards you, and I've seen them say, "Hey, you cannot call him that." I've seen him do that. That's not me making stuff up. I've seen them call you a homophobic slur, and I've seen him literally say, "Do not refer
I
to him
understand
as,"
that. Yeah, but
right?
once again, I have 3 children, 3 boys, and I cannot have them. I'm tough. It don't bother me. You understand that? But I'm have to go to school and thing. And Ryan don't understand how much power he has, how he reaches this reggae boy and reggae girls community. So you have to control your thing, Ryan. And the way his 2 coaches, he had them on last week, and I watched it, right? He wouldn't allow no disrespect, no caller to call in and say nothing and challenge them, man. Then why can't I get the same respect? Because I don't coach at Jamaica. I did my coaching in America. I've coached professional, I've coached college, I've coached club, I've coached high school, anything throughout the spectrum. You understand?
Coach, I'm going to
I
be
just don't
very
want to be. I don't want to be disrespected when I do the football thing. And when Ryan allows people to do it, and he doesn't check them. When he doesn't check them, that's when I get upset.
understandable. You're a human being. What I will say to you again is take what people say to you with a pinch of salt, because I'm gonna be very honest. I like seeing the both of you work together. I think you make an excellent duo. I think you both add value to each other. And I, as somebody who is a consumer of Elite Sports TV, I wouldn't like to see that relationship go down the hill. That's just me being honest, but I can't tell 2 grown men what to do. So what I'm saying is, for the betterment of football and for us as the 12th man, as supporters of yourself and Ryan, try to see if you guys can work that out behind the scenes.
Right.
Not on it,
Well,
being
one more point. I have one more point to make. Ryan seems to be in competition with me to see who because he wants to show, which he does have a bright football mind, but he tries now. Anytime somebody says something to take me down, he's right there with them. Coach Fraudiola, because you understand, if you have to take somebody down in order to bring yourself up, then you are the fraud. You should be rise on your own merits, of your own intellect, and the words that come across there. The whole time, though, I recognize Hamir Hagumson as a fraud. He's not coaching a team at all. You understand that? Because I know what a real coach will fix certain things when things are wrong within a
But
team.
you don't think people can go flip it and say, "Coach, you're being a hypocrite because you're not on Hal Grimson's level"? You don't think people can flip the script and
Yeah,
say that about you?
yes. But I'm here to defend myself. Hagrimson never defended himself, and his actions and his record spoke volumes. He was in negotiations since August of the year before he left with Ireland to leave Jamaica Reggae Boyz. And he as a head coach for another 9 months before he negotiated his exit. Fraud.
Right.
That can be defended. That can be defended. That he planned his exit from the Reggae Boyz from August of the previous year before he left, and didn't have to go to the Gold Cup or the Nations League and things like that. And I pointed that out because he wasn't invested to make the changes necessary. Just like this coach now is not making the changes necessary, not courageous enough to have a starting level 11. That's his, and he has Marion Gordon and this other coach and them that's all coming in on him. Because I've seen this buck-ups before, and too many cooks spoil the soup, man. It's too many people. I need one coach that's out there have enough energy to get out there and put and imprint his stamp on this team, and not play players out of position and start 2 outside wingers because you don't want to bench one of them.
Yeah, I think Player needs to get a hand of himself and stop trying to play players because they're your favorite, or not trying to be assertive enough, put your foot down and do what's right for the country, because that's how you'll be judged. Ultimately, he'll be judged on whether he can get us to qualify for the World Cup. But when you lose a match like that against Guatemala, who probably treated us like sitting ducks, people will be asking whether you're the man to take us back to the promised land for sure.
Great point, man. Look at the chat section. It says, Coach DaCosta, what do you think about Damian Lowe in the midfield again? Now, if it worked right, yeah, you praise the coach, right? Did it work? Did it work tonight?
Oh, no, it didn't.
So you're supposed to get beaten for that as a coach because you play a player out of position. Now he's out of position. Damari Gray's out of position. Lata Badier's out of position. What? Who are you playing in their proper position? And when the thing don't work,
Accommodate a couple players, isn't he? Clearly,
it's clear. It's clear that we're not a serious side. Our coaching staff don't take things serious. They don't not willing to make the serious decisions and go ahead and bench. I've told you. I've said it one more time. Either Damari Gray or Cephas on the left wing. Make a choice. Even if one plays 60 minutes and then I'll come in. Because normally, if I'm coaching, right, I'm starting Damari Gray on the wing. You know why? Good experience. But in 60th minute, I'm bringing on Cephas. Running that tired defense. Cephas running on a tired defense. You understand that? That's what coaches does when he has assets. You don't appease both of them by starting both of them. You understand? And then in midfield, no. When you put this roster together, did you account for the fact that Hayden wasn't going to be there? And if Hayden wasn't there, who was your substitute that off the bench in your depth chart that you said Hayden can't do it? Let me have wait a minute, Ravel as my backup if Hayden can't be there. Or if you understand that, now you're starting Damian Lowe in the midfield. And you know Damian is a train wreck both ways. Damian Lowe can make a brilliant tackle that starts a counter attack that leads to a goal, and Damian Lowe can get red carded like he almost did tonight.
It's such a peculiar one with Damian Lowe, because you're the vice captain, for goodness sake. You're the vice captain. You're supposed to be the next best player in terms of decision making behind your captain. You're supposed to be the second leader behind Andre Blake, but oftentimes it's just like you're a liability.
Yeah,
You're a
it is.
liability.
I mean, he came in so hard and heavy. I mean, I didn't think he caught the guy on the top of his foot, but but now that's so early in the match, you're going to ground. It's not like the man going to go score a goal and it's still up far enough up the field where we can recover defensively. So that means his judgment and his decision making has to be called into question.
Absolutely. But Guatemala, though, if we can spend some time talking about Guatemala as well, because they did beat us. Fair play to them. They got their revenge. Sweetest of a revenge as sweet off and revenge as they come for them. So what's some positives there for yourself from a coaching perspective pertaining to Guatemala?
Well, you said when they came in with a game plan. They saw Jamaica last week, so having worked with Spanish coaches and Central American coaches in particular, but up here in Atlanta, with a professional team that we want to tournament with, I know their mindset and how they organize and things like that. This one does this one, we're planning for this one. Okay, what difference is a team like Guatemala will double team on the wing? So Cephas coming on the wing, they'll send 2 and 3 at him. Gray's coming on the right wing, they're sending 2 and 3. We don't double team on the wings. We allow that person to be out there on an island by themselves. So if they get beat, no, there's a threat and danger. Jamaica needs to double team, change the way they call it. But it's no plan. The team, he just rolls the team out there. Do the English system, put everybody till on notice, and then come in. But first of all, get rid of all those coaches, assistant coaches. If you're gonna keep McLaren, I want Marin Borden gone. It's just too many games we've seen this.
I don't think they're going to get rid of him, if I'm being completely honest.
But you know why, though? You know the number one reason why?
I don't. Maybe you can enlighten me.
That's Mr. Speed's number one guy. So Speed is in everything, all the decision making. If Speed want this to happen, he goes to Marin Gordon. Speed want this play to come, he goes to Marin Gordon.
Does he work closely with Mr. Speed?
Baron Gordon was here for this administration, McLaren. He's also in the same position for the Howgerson administration. You understand what I'm saying? And he was the,
Yes,
he
he
was, the
was.
first time I came in, Mr. Gordon was he was the U17 coach, and his team got demolished. This like 5 years ago. And this person has been in the JFF since then. Now remember now, when the thing is not pure, when the thing is when it's a business decision being made. Now, who just got signed in Scotland?
Richard King.
Yeah, who Richard King play for?
Cavaliers.
Who is Richard? Who has been featured by the Reggae Boys the last few matches here? Richard
I
King.
mean,
Who's
Richard
it?
King
Well, no, I'm
usually
saying no, but Richard King has gotten better and better and showed his quality. I'm not knocking Richard King at all, but you have to
Yeah.
understand that appearance of impropriety is there because the chairman of the selection committee, the coaching committee, or whatever, right, that selects coaches for the Reggae Boys all the way up and down, and Reggae Girls all the way up and down, has a personal financial interest and just made money because Richard King signed with Scotland. That cannot be allowed to happen. It doesn't happens nowhere else in the world in FIFA. Where else in the world you tell me that conflict of interest is there? No, he's pushing Busy Morrison. I want Steve McLaren to choose his team without any pressure. You understand? And when he's making substitution, I don't want Marion Gordon I'm here. Put Busy Morrison. Put on this one. You understand that? You cannot
Yeah.
be the person in charge of selecting the coaches for the Reggae Boys and Reggae Girls, and also be the owner of a professional team that has players that play in the squad that you could benefit financially if those players do well, like Richard King did, and get signed. No, you get a transfer fee in your pocket, Mr. Speed. These are facts.
Yeah, I don't think that conflict of interest is going away anytime soon because I can't see Mr. Speed stepping down. So that's probably always going to be an ever-present conversation. But
And then Mr. Speed scared them off by suing one of these YouTubers, right? But I keep telling them.
Go there with that one, coach. I want to just leave that one alone.
No, well, just listen to me, Krista. This is one thing I'm saying. But you cannot sue for slander if what they're saying about you
No,
is
coach,
true.
I don't want to go there with
I'm
that
not going
one.
any more other than that. You cannot sue for slander
Coach,
if what they're saying about you is true.
I do not want to go there because I do not want no issues with these guys. I just want to leave them alone.
And therein why they will never get out of those positions.
No, if that is the case, then I would implore you to make your own YouTube channel with the greatest of respect, and you'll see just how difficult this industry.
All right, Crystal, you have a good point there. I respect you. I respect your wishes.
Me personally, I don't want to get myself involved in certain conversation because guess what? Puss and dog don't have the same luck. I respect what you're saying, but at the end of the day, puss and dog don't have the same luck. And last thing I want is for people to look at me as a weak fence and jump on me just because. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, Crystal, but they cannot do nothing to you.
I totally understand what you're saying there, but again, puss and dog don't have the same luck, and I've taken so long to build my.
In respect for your channel, Crystal, because you've been such a great host, I will not talk about that anymore.
Appreciate you, but as I said, I think you should most certainly try to mend whatever is going on elsewhere.
Eventually, I'm going to get back together, but right now, it just from what happened last week after the match, and everybody celebrating, and I was the only one saying, what is this fool's gold? Everybody then beat me, send me so negative. But I understand good, proper football, and I see when the thing is being built. And we're not building nothing with this Reggae Boys club, this coach, they're not building it.
Negativity, you're always going to get that. I get it sometimes in my comment section. Sometimes all I do is just don't look at the comment section because it can throw you off. But one thing I've learned is that if people see that they get a certain reaction out of you, they're going to keep on poking at you. They're going to poke at you because they see that they get in the reaction. You're giving them exactly what they want, If they see that every time they call you a name, you react a certain way, they're going to keep on calling you it because you're giving them some sort of pleasure. So my advice to you is regain that power that you've given them because you've given people power over you. So just regain it.
No, I was just wondering Ryan, because I said, Ryan, me and Ryan have conversations. I said, Ryan, I don't want nobody to make puppy show on me on your program. The moment they do that, I gone.
Mm.
I'm not a clown. You know what puppet show mean? You've heard that
Where,
before, right?
where do you think I was born?
But you know what puppet show mean? You know where it come from?
Puppet show, but Jamaica say puppy show.
Puppet is, yeah, the puppet show. Back in the
Yeah.
50s and 60s, you had what's called Howdy Doody and Kukla, Fran, and Ollie were the puppet shows, the marionettes and the actual puppet show. Of course, Jamaica said
Yeah.
puppet show. It's been shown the puppy show, you know, but you're a puppet, you're a clown. The man didn't want was a clown and thing like that. So that's where that term comes. But I don't want, you know, the moment they start to make fun and ridicule people, I'm not part of that, Ryan. And Ryan has so much talent that he doesn't understand in this media space because of his authenticity. When you're authentic, people respect you.
In the space.
People respect
Which
you when you are authentic. When you say what
is
you
why
mean and mean what you say.
Which is why I've said to you, I don't want to know who that person is. I have no interest in knowing who that person is, but don't listen to what other people are saying about others, right? Treat a person based on how that person treats you, because you never know, someone might be trying to break up that relationship that
Yes.
you guys go in, right?
Crystal, you're a very good friend to Ryan. He should be to thank his lucky stars. He has somebody like you in his corner. But I remember a time when you did beat him.
Yeah, I beat Ryan. Anything I say about Ryan publicly, I would have said that to him on the phone. That's a
Yeah.
fact.
Yes.
That is a fact. That is a fact. And you was on the show tonight when I called in, the show that you're referring to. Yeah, so any disagreement that me and we're like brother and sister, any disagreement that we have publicly, we would have had that behind the scenes.
Yeah, Ryan, I good. Yeah, Ryan, I good you, but he does have some scoundrel in him. He a scoundrel when he just had trouble. Sometimes he can't help himself and make a little trouble and thing like that. But you know, like I said, I good youth. I want him to do better. I want him to do this thing, just like I want your channel to grow and become better. And next year, this time, you have 10,000 people, 20,000. That'd be amazing. Once the reggae girls get going.
You know, like I said, I just don't want you to throw away something that's good, both because football at the end of the day, I don't know about you, coach, but football is therapy. For me, it's a form of therapy.
Okay.
It's escapism. You know, you watch 90 games of football to take yourself away from the real world. So I don't want you to throw away a friendship because, especially if somebody's telling you XYZ. If you're not going to deal with him no more, let it be because of you and him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not because someone said, don't let someone. Never let someone come to you. Whether it's Ryan or whatever. Never let someone come to you and say this person is XYZ, because you have no way of verifying if that's true or whether
it's not about that. Crystal, you and I are good friends from me. I wouldn't know nobody say nothing bad about you. Not in my presence. I'm not no fake friend. One of the problems with me is that I speak my mind. I'm old enough where I don't need nobody else. I don't need another job. I don't need nothing. You understand that? I'm retired. But I speak my mind. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Some people are restricted because of certain, just like the topic we talked about previously, about 10 minutes ago. You understand that? And that's fine. I understand that. There's some powerful people around here. But me, I talk the truth. They don't like when I talk. When I talk the truth. And if you can't handle the truth, then it's not the space for you. Don't be around me, because I will give you the truth. And I don't mind people coming at the truth with me, but when they're rude and disrespectful and I have kids watching and things like that, then I'm going to react. I'm going to lash out. And when I'm supposed to a friend of mine is aiding them and abetting them, I'm saying, no, you can't do that. I remain my friend.
I want you to, well, in your own time, you're both grown men, in your own time, try to discuss that, you know, off air. Try to, again, I don't want to influence your decision. What I'm not going to try and do, what I'm not going to do is try to add fuel to the fire. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So like I said, I enjoy consuming the both of you. I enjoy listening to yourself and Ryan. And I just want it to be like that. I want it to be about unity. I want it to be about you guys getting on, as opposed to pitting you guys against each other. You see what I'm saying?
Anyway, Crystal, it's about 1 a.m. It's probably past my bedtime, long time now, man. How you doing? You're keeping an old man up. What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, but
it's like a joke now.
it's almost 6 o'clock for me.
Breakfast, man. Get some What that thing in the eat? Is the egg and the beans and the sausage and what is that good old English breakfast?
I've not had a full English in a very long time. I don't usually go for English food, to be honest with
It's
you.
so heavy. My goodness.
It's a lot. Maybe if I'm, I don't know, on my way to a meeting and it's going to be a long day, I might grab a full English, but that's a
Mhm.
rarity. It's not something that I go for.
What's that sandwich the breakfast sandwich you guys have? There's another one. Is that like they put the
Yeah.
same, whatever. I forget. It's been a long time. But anyway, I'm going to go look for this post-match press conference.
Yes,
If
sir.
you're doing a show tomorrow, please invite me on.
Always a pleasure having you on. I think Mr. Ballin was trying to come on, but he said something about some issues that he was having. So I might have to
Oh,
touch base with him in some hours time because he's probably sleeping right now. But yeah, it's been a pleasure having you on the channel. Thank you so much for blessing me with a moment of your time.
thank you for having
Always.
me, everybody in the comment section. I want to thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, take some time to just calm down between yourself and Ryan. And I will say the same thing to him as well, calm down, deal with this off air, deal with this off there. Sometimes things spill out publicly, but wherever possible, just deal with it off air and don't let a good friendship go to waste. It's not
All
worth
right.
it in this day and age.
Okay, great words, Crystal. Thank you so much,
No,
right now.
I mean it. I mean it. Don't let a
No,
good friendship go to waste.
good stuff there, Crystal. But I'm tired.
Yeah.
I
All
was
right.
drained. This Reggae Boys result is very disappointing.
I know.
But I predicted it. I called it. I
Yeah, I
said they're going
mean,
to make adjustments, and Jamaicans can come with the same thing.
yeah, I mean, look, it
Nothing
is
new
what.
to deal with.
But
Anyway,
if I do a show later on during the day, I have to say later on because it's Tuesday now for
mhm.
me. Then yeah, it will be great to have
Yeah,
you on board.
there you go. All right, Crystal.
All right,
Thank you so much. Take
you're
care.
welcome, Coach. Good night.
All right, bye.
Bye, Coach. All right, guys. So that's Coach DaCosta. And yeah, guys, if there's ever a time where people fall out, please don't try to add fuel to the fire. We don't really need people, going at it with each other. Again, it can happen. As I've always told you guys, despite of our friendship, we have our fallouts every now and then. It is what it is. But once you have a good friend, as I said, don't let that friendship go to waste. I see what you guys are saying in the comment section. Someone said toad in a hole, beans on toast. These are all the things that I personally don't eat. Brazildino, big up yourself. DC says, I want to see what the coach's response to this result will be. I hope the questions that are asked will have depth. I feel like the fans who care about the national team want answers. We all want answers, especially me. It's what time is it now? It's almost 6 o'clock and I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I'm going to try and see if I can do something before I sign off for you guys, okay? So let me just try and... This phone's just giving me so much problems, guys. I actually need a new phone. That's why I'm having so much issues. I asked you guys if you think I should bring back the call-in show. But for me to do that, I might need to sort myself out where my WhatsApp is concerned. All right, so let me go ahead and see if I can do something my end. I can't even think. I can't think. I've been streaming for too long. Didn't get the result that I wanted, which would have been just a win. Very simple, just a win. I've also worked up an appetite. I tell you guys, when I do these late streams, I work up an appetite. I'm gonna switch my phone off and then switch it back on to see if I can log into WhatsApp quickly, so I can try and see if I can give you guys something before I close off. All right. Sebastian asking what's the number. It's the same exact number. I asked you guys if you wanted their WhatsApp group, and seemed like it was a resounding no. DC says, I want to see what the coach. I'm sure I read this already. Yes, I did. All right, guys. So let me just start back up my phone. Let me see if I can log back into WhatsApp. And if I can, then I will share something with you guys before closing off. To love you and leave you. I think Ryan should still be live. He usually is live long after I close off. DC says this was a really good analysis, Crystal, despite the performance. Thank you for your dedication. You deserve a good sleep. Thank you. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to fall asleep, funny enough, despite the very late show. Or I could just push this to tomorrow. I could just let it be a tomorrow thing, guys. I don't know. Could let it go on to tomorrow's show. 'Cause I'm trying to access something, but I can't at the moment. We need a Ravel to cover and Mother still. Sebastian, looks like you snooze, you lose with that one. I mean, I asked you guys a dozen times if you want the WhatsApp, if you want me to get back the WhatsApp. What am I talking about? Open the WhatsApp group chat, which would have been an easy way for me to communicate with you guys. I think going forward, I will be reconsidering opening the phone lines, just because it's another option for you guys to phone in, right? So I think I might have to just reopen those phone lines for you guys. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that, guys. I think I'm going to reopen the phone lines for you guys. Just see. I can't get what I'm trying to bring up for you guys. It's just really, really irritating. Might try and give myself maybe just a couple more minutes to see if I can get this right. It's bang on 6 o'clock. Says I'll never have views. What I'm contemplating even deleting my WhatsApp because it's just driving me mad. I still can't log in. I'm trying to log in, but I can't. I think if I uninstall it will defeat the whole purpose, because I think some of my stuff will be wiped. And I don't actually want that to happen. So no. Lovely idea, but I can't do that, I'm afraid. Yeah, I can't log in, guys. See if I can get this another way. I'm so hungry. I am so hungry. I can't log in. I can't do what I'm trying to do. All right, let me try a little bit more. Let me try again, guys. Let me see. Let me see. It's not working. It's not working, guys. I'm trying to see something. This is driving me mad. My neighbors are going out. They're off to work. See my neighbors off to work. Probably wondering, how do I know that? I'm looking at my system in front of me and I can see them going out to work. It's not working, guys. So it's frustrating me to the point where I just feel like just calling it a day. I can't reopen WhatsApp, guys. Is this the end? Let's see if I can do something. Oh, this is so annoying. It's not working. Let's try and see if I can WhatsApp. Let's see. Yeah, WhatsApp. Let's see if it will let me in now. Let's see. I am so hungry. Oh my God. I'm trying to see if I can log in for you guys. This is ridiculous. phone is useless. Not working out here, guys. Yeah, it's moving really slow. I think if it doesn't work in the next couple of minutes, what I'll do is I'll close off and then I'll come back tomorrow. Okay? Don't think it's going to work. So what I could do is like close off and then come back and chat with you guys tomorrow. I think that will make more sense. Come and talk with you guys tomorrow. And then on the next live stream, that should be at a much earlier time. I don't think I'm gonna do another late live stream like this, guys. I don't know. So the next live stream is against Guadeloupe. And I think that is, what day is that? That's gonna be on Friday. So Friday we're playing against Guadeloupe, and then on Tuesday we're playing against Panama. So Panama is the last game in the group. I think that is me done, guys. I am extremely tired, so I think that's me done. 4 hours, way more than I bargained for. I think I'm gonna go and make myself something to eat, maybe something light, before I go and catch up on my beauty sleep. So, as I said, Ryan should still be live, so you guys can go ahead and watch his channel, tune into his channel. See, is he still live? Yes, he is. See if I can copy that for you guys. So you guys can go over there and show him some love. Let's see. So you got his link there in the comments section. You guys can click that link. DC says these Californian times will mess us all up. Yes, get some nourishment, Crystal. I am going straight to bed. Oh, you're in California. Wow. I can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing right now. I've been to Cali. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so you guys can make your way over to Elite Sports TV. I might come back later on. I don't even know what the hell to talk about because there ain't nothing positive. But I think I'm going to try and see if I can make it worth your while and come back later on, right? Because what I'm trying to do, I can't actually do it. So I think I'll come back later on. Thank you to those of you who have hit the like button. You guys are an absolute blessing. Let me know if you guys have any final questions. Any questions in the comment section? Said no, I am on East Coast. It's after 1 a.m. The game. Oh, you see how slow I am? It's time for me to go and get some sleep. I'm gonna go and stuff my face, grab something to eat. This bloody phone isn't working. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab myself something to eat. I was supposed to reach back out to Mr. Ballin. That's gonna be a tomorrow conversation. Tomorrow conversation, because I've tried a number of times to reopen my WhatsApp and it's not working. So that's a tomorrow conversation. Jamaica is still a talented place. Yes, it is. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. I am tired. Thank you for showing my program some love. I will be back. I think you guys probably deserve to see my face at some point on Tuesday again. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and do that, right? I'm gonna close off, guys. I am going to close off. I am so tired. Oh my God, I'm going to close off. I'm going in my kitchen, go grab something to eat. And just try something. All right, guys. Massive shout out to Coach DaCosta for joining me on the live stream. You can tell that I need to close off because I'm looking so oily. Big up to Coach DaCosta. Listen, Ryan has done a lot of good for myself. As I said, we've got a brother and sister relationship. Just like any brother and sister, we have our disagreements, we have our fallouts, but I will never try to throw him under the bus or try to break up any working relationship that he has, which is why I'm encouraging Coach Acosta to just try and sort out whatever issue they have going on with each other, because a good friend is definitely hard to find. So yeah, we have different personalities. We don't have the same personalities, but he has helped me out a lot. So if you're a supporter of my channel, I would implore you to be a supporter for Elite Sports TV and Intense Sports TV as well, because he's been a good friend to myself. I think we've been good friends of each other, right? And just like I said, like any normal brother and sister relationship, we have our disagreements, we have our fallouts, as what Coach Acosta alluded to. But fact check that with Ryan. Anything we say to each other publicly, we either say that to each other off air, or we can say it to each other face to face, right? Because we got that understanding with each other. So that's where I'm at with that. I don't want you guys to try and what's the word I'm searching for, create no friction between the both of them. Definitely not where my platform is concerned. Any of you that say that you're a supporter of my channel, then don't try to create no hostility between the both of them. You know, they're two grown men. Let them sort out their issues. If you can't unite them, then leave them alone. Don't try to tear apart a friendship. As I said, a good friend is hard to find, right? And I think they benefit from each other. So don't try to break up their friendship. See what you guys are saying there in the comments section. Easy to get upset. Learn English, Russian, Chinese. My love today. Guatemala won and gave Jamaica a masterclass. Was it a masterclass? Big up to Guatemala. Last game lost 3-0. Main players weren't playing. Save them for this game. Good game. I think, like I said, perhaps we can talk about this on another live stream, but sitting duck situation for Guatemala. And I've already given you guys your credit. Big up to yourself. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Sebastian. But as I said, if you're a supporter of my channel, then be a supporter of Elite Sports TV as well, because he's helped me out a lot. So if you can support my channel, definitely support his channel as well, right? There's enough room, as he always says, there's enough room in all of this, in this unique space for all of us. So we don't really need to be at each other's throat. I was wondering, why can I see this on my live stream? But yeah, big up you guys who hit the like button. I think over 100 of you hit the like button, which I asked for 100 likes, and you guys have surpassed that. I'm gonna try and see if I can get creative and give you guys a live stream later on. And also I'm going to consider reopening that WhatsApp phone call if I can manage to reopen the WhatsApp phone call, because right now it's looking like it's not going to happen. It's looking like it's not going to happen, guys. That WhatsApp phone call just looked like it's not going to happen. I'm still trying to open up WhatsApp. I'm so determined that when I'm trying to do something, I really try to just get it done as best as possible. I want to see if I can get it done before I close off. Don't know if I can, man. I don't know if I can. Still beating me, guys. It is still beating me. Still beating me. It is still beating me. I think DC said something about wanting to What did DC say? DC said something about wanting to hear from the coach. I think that's what DC said, right? So let's see. Can we try to close off by hearing from the coach? Should we try it? See if we can hear from the coach. I don't even know if we can. If not, what I'll do is just leave this one for tomorrow. I think we might leave this one until tomorrow, DC. Right, should I try it like that? Or let's see. Let me try something there for you guys. So DC said she wanted to hear the questions that was asked to the coach. You see how much I love you guys? Let me go ahead and bring this one up for you all. Let's see. Will it work?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the post-match press conference with the Jamaica national team head coach, Coach Steve McLaren. I remind you that for questions, you can raise your hand and introduce yourself with your name and media organization to the one you represent. The media that are present virtually can request their space by touching the raise your hand button. We will now open the floor for questions. Yes?
Nick Webster, Inside World Football. Coach, what do you think the difference was in mentality between the World Cup qualifying game and tonight?
I think a massive difference. I think ultimately that's always the thing that wins a game. And we expected a reaction from Guatemala after the other night. We would do exactly the same. That's what we said to our players. Friday, we need a reaction. We knew they'd come at us. We knew they'd be aggressive. I thought the atmosphere was great. It was obviously against us, but that was a test for our team. And I think they credit, because with the crowd behind them, I think they fought like lions. They really had a big desire to win that game, to win the duels, to be aggressive, to really be in our face. And we got through the first 30 minutes, but we switched off just for a moment. Didn't deal with quite a simple ball and went a goal down, and it's always going to be difficult then. And with something to hold on to, that's what they did. We knocked at the door. We did everything we possibly could. We had crosses going in the box. We had efforts on goal. They had blocks. They shots, and for them, it's a perfect response from the other night from us. It isn't. What we've got to do now is turn that around and make sure that we react on Friday and make sure that we prepare properly. And really the reaction is we have to win on Friday and a little bit impose ourselves and make sure we do.
Coach, Jose Duran with Bulgando. What would the focus be on the training pitch heading into Friday, and what would the emphasis be that you would try to go ahead and fix for the game on Friday?
I think it's the key word in every game at the beginning. You have to have an aggressive mentality that overcomes everything. So when you're the underdog, which obviously after the first result, Guatemala felt that, and they performed like underdogs. They fought like mad. We have to do the same. So people talk a lot about tactics and this formation, that formation. It's about players, and it's about being aggressive, winning duels, getting the basics right. and credit to Guatemala. That's, you know, they must have been seething after that first game. You could see that, and I thought we'd coped and dealt with it. And once you go down, the first goal's always important. They had something to fight for and hold on for. The blocks, the headers, the clearances that they had. We tried, but you know, the first 20 minutes was so important. We've got to make that the first 20 minutes ours in every game.
Hi, Coach. Tallawah, last one underway. And Jimmy got some playing time at the end of the game there. How was it to see him finally back on the pitch?
It's, yeah, we said he trained with us 2 weeks ago in London. We said then it was a miracle. And he's trained 2 days with us and he's come on the field, and, you know, that's, you know, from where he was in after the accident to be playing, to be walking is a miracle. So we're delighted. You know, we need that kind of leadership. We'll build up his fitness as much as we possibly can. So it was good to get him minutes on the field. Didn't turn into a fairy tale. He didn't score.
Hi, Steve. John Arnold here. I wonder if you could share your impressions in general of what it's been like in Concacaf. It's your first Gold Cup game. You mentioned the atmosphere. Now you go into a game where we expect the atmosphere will be quite different. How do you prepare your players not only for the Gold Cup vibe, but sometimes it's full of Guatemalan fans, maybe next time it's more Jamaican fans and Guadeloupe fans, we'll see, obviously, but also in World Cup qualification, where there's quite different atmospheres. Kingston is very different than Guatemala, which is very different from Santo Domingo. How have you found it, and how have you kind of managed those challenges?
Yeah, it's, you know, from the first day I arrived, this has certainly been an education for me in terms of everything, the culture within the island of Jamaica, and getting used to the different types of surface that we come across in the Caribbean. That's been a challenge. We've had these kind of games a few times. We had Honduras away. We had Nicaragua away. Hostile atmospheres. I think it's great. And I think we were talking about it earlier, what I see. There's never an easy game in this Concacaf. The South American teams are really aggressive, very good technique. The Caribbean teams are very strong, powerful, a little like ourselves. The football is totally different, and you know, we have to adapt to that. I've loved every game. It's been a great challenge, and we knew this one would be exactly like it was. You know, we saw them beat Dominican Republic when they had to, 2-1 down at half time. So we know they're fighters, we know they never give in, and that's what they did tonight. And you know, we couldn't overcome that challenge. But I got to say, I think the top teams, I think the rest of the Caribbean and in Concacaf as well, teams are catching up. Teams are catching up, and that's, you know, that's. You know, I was involved in the plan with FIFA 3-4 years ago in terms of analysing countries, and we talked about, you know, one of the biggest keys to developing countries and narrowing the gap between the top and the bottom was coaching. Coach the coaches, you make better players, and I think that's what the region has done. Concacaf, it's certainly. No easy games. Everybody now is coached very well. Even the smaller teams defensively are hard to break down, well organised. So I think the football is narrowing from top to bottom. So we will see in this competition. Again, there's no easy games.
Thank you, John. Let's take a virtual question. Jason Hall. Go ahead.
Yes, Jason Guna TV here. Coach, just wanted to ask about a few players that I didn't see in the lineup tonight. And I just wanted to get some clarity on the status of Mason Holgate and Isaac Hayden moving forward in the tournament, as they were not named tonight on the squad.
Yeah, unfortunately, Isaac, he came down with stomach cramps and respiratory problems before the BVI game. He didn't play in the BVI game. We pushed him to play against Guatemala, and after the game he complained of, again, stomach cramps and respiratory problems. We investigated and found that we had to send him home, and we replaced him with Kiroy Anderson, who hopefully will come in today. The other one, Mason Holgate, got a knee injury against Guatemala, and upon a scan, the medial ligament was just not much of a problem, but he wouldn't be fit for 2 or 3 weeks. So we sent him home, replacing him with Sulai McKellar from Mount Pleasant. So that's why they weren't involved.
Thank you, Jason. The last question we'll take is from Matthew McAnuff-Jones. Go ahead, Matthew.
Good evening, Coach. Congratulations.
Good evening.
Isaac Hayden's injury, it was a big blow for the team today. He has the ability to play with his back to the same tempo. How did this injury affect the team in position today, and how do you plan to adjust moving forward, given that he's not available?
Isaac Hayden is not in the squad. How do you plan to address this moving forward?
That 6 has always been a problem. I know in the past we've had Damien in there, who defensively is, as we saw today, and I thought we needed today in there was some aggression and someone who could break up play. He certainly did that on a few occasions. So we looked at that, and we do have a problem in that position. I think Lats came in the second half, did very well in that. With great attitude, but we certainly do. So that is a problem. We always know that when we don't have Isaac, so it's a big loss. But we have to deal with that, and somebody has to step in and step forward, take the mantle, and help the team in that position.
We thank Coach Steve McLaren for his time, and remember that you.
Well, guys, so DC wanted to hear the post-match press conference. I'm not sure if she wandered off, so that one there was for you guys in the comment section, and also DC wanted to hear from the coach. I tried to log back into WhatsApp so I can give you guys that, and finally it worked as I was about to close off. As I said, guys, I've got some ongoing issues there with my WhatsApp. I'm gonna try and see if I can get that sorted out. It's probably gonna be a costly fix if I'm being completely honest, but I'm gonna try and see if I can get that one fixed for you guys. All right. Eddie Guna, big up yourself, Eddie Guna. Hope you're in good health. I hope you and your family are in good health. So I think we might have to pick this one up later on, guys. What time is it? It's 6:27. So I think we might have to pick this one up later on in the day. If I can go over and see, I'm going to check my subscribers, see who's currently live. All right. So you got Ryan and Cranky. So I'm going to give you both. Sorry, I'm going to give you the link to both of their channels, and you can go ahead and watch both of them. So make your pick. I don't know who you guys want to watch for the rest of the night. Both of those gentlemen there are still live. Let's see. Go through my list to see if anyone else is live. That's that. I think I think those are the only subscribers live, guys. Let me go back and look and see for check for you guys. Yeah, I think that's it. So you got two fantastic options. Knock yourselves out. Take in the rest of their content. I'm going to love you and leave you. DC said, I wandered back in during his remarks. Thanks, Crystal. Don't know what the coach is talking. I don't know what he's talking. We're gonna leave it until later on. We're gonna leave until the next live stream. More than a handful of you actually hit the subscribe button. Listen, I am honored. I am blessed. Thank you so much, those of you who hit the subscribe button. At one point, I was doing like the background producing bit, and I just kept on seeing the subscribers go up. So thank you to those of you who hit the subscribe button. I asked for 100 likes tonight. You guys have given me 121 likes. So God bless you all. I'm going to try and spin it all back later on. What time is it? 6:30? I'm going to try and come back at some point later on. All right? It's not a good night. It's a good morning. I feel like I'm tired, except my body still feels like it's buzzing. Sure why that is or how that one works out. What I'm gonna do, I'm going to switch my TV to one of these guys. Would love to see if I can do a split screen, do both Elite Sports TV and Cranky Live. I'm gonna go through my subscribers again and see who's live. Yeah, it's just those two live for now. All right, guys, I am going to have to love you and leave you. I know it's going to be absolute madness. He's probably probably losing his head right now, right? I'm going to go and tune in to Ryan and Cranky's channel bit by bit. All right, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. Good day, everyone. Sleep burning my eyes and I have work later on. Are we dedicated or are we fools? Are we dedicated or are we fools? Good day, everyone. Crystal, you need to wind down. Yes, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna close off. I'm gonna get in the kitchen and then choose Ryan and Cranky's channel to just unwind me. Oh my bad. All right, guys. Thank you so much for rocking with me for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Big up Coach DaCosta. He asked earlier on if he could jump on the stream. And of course, it's always a pleasure when I can do live stream with someone else other than myself. Makes the job a tad bit easier. Big up you guys in the comment section for rocking with me for over 4 hours. Definitely more than I bargained for each and every time you guys give me support. And your support does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much for not being bored of me. Definitely appreciate each and every one of you. If you've not hit the like button, what are you waiting on? If I don't see you later on, no problem. I hope you enjoy the rest of your week. And if I don't see you over the weekend, I hope that you have a smashing weekend when it comes. You know how it goes. But before you do that, a gentle reminder, we have gotten off to a rocky start in the 2025 Concacaf Gold Cup. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Was that a cold result there from Guatemala? Nevertheless, they have defeated the Reggae Boyz 1 goal to the good. And we will talk about that on my upcoming live stream. Until then, have a smashing Tuesday. See you in a bit. You know how it goes. Until next time, take care.
I'm John Barnes, and you're watching Tallawah TV with Crystal Davis.